Toasty. Alright, I was very thirsty. Oh. Alright, who we got here? Oh, wait, I better double check. Hello, everybody. Just double checking when you can hear. Okay, it looks like you should be able to hear me. Ooh, everybody ready for some spooky stories that it's probably gonna be not so spooky? Hello, Sepsis. Hello, Atom. Hello, Viliano. Just the 3? What the heck, man? Where's everybody else? Hello, Mr. Crowley. It's been a minute to see. Wait, no. Wait, weren't you in the last... Crowley, weren't you in the last stream, or am I misremembering a previous one? I apologize if I'm misremembering. Okay. Hope you guys enjoy watching my my frog in I guess in purgatory. This is all he can do. He just sits on this tiny little island. He gets no food. He gets no water. He's only allowed to just snip. Okay, okay, you were. Okay. Hello, Mel. I am so sorry. I gotta get my. Hello, Ronan. Hello, Mel. Jack Raffet. I hope I said that right. I apologize if I didn't. So I'm gonna be taking frequent drinks, and I apologize for that. Medication that I'm on gives me like really bad cotton mouth, and in order to avoid you guys hearing like the lip smack, Mal is fine. Okay, I will do Mal then. Thank you. In order to you guys avoid that lip smacks thing that happens when you can. Oh, I just realized I'm like at an angle. I'm sorry. When you're really super thirsty, the gross lip smacks. So try to avoid that because no one likes to hear that. Whew. How's everybody else doing? I try. No, nothing like that. No, it's nothing like that. Nothing as exciting, unfortunately. Okay. I apologize. I'm usually usually more organized in this, but I forgot, or I remembered quite literally 2 minutes before stream that I was like, oh shit, I forgot to pay for something that's due today. So I did that real quick. So today's story, ladies and gentlemen, might actually be a warning to you guys. Y'all wanted more Goosebumps. I can't say why. they've been so damn good up until this point, I gotta say. But I did very much enjoy the love story, the very kind of graphic puppet sex in the last one. Where's my... Oh, damn it. I think Tippy took off with it. See, Tippy was in here a little while ago, but I had to kick her out because I didn't want her blasting you guys' eardrums out when I'm trying to read you guys mediocre kids books. But I think she made off with my chapstick. Oh, there it is. She hates chapstick, man. She don't know what it is about it. But, hi, Artie. Who's smacking lips? I was saying if I might get too, ooh, that's bright. It's to avoid. Hello, Lex. A story of wooden passion. I think he needed better editors to catch. He's like, hey, great book. I have a question about the weird puppet sex scene in the middle of the book, because this is a kid's book, right? RL? I'm just... Mr. Stein, can I call you RL? And, oh, I was waiting to see if Did I say hi to you, Lex? I apologize if I didn't. I was waiting for transmission to come in here, but I want to show you guys something before I start the game. So I finally got to go to the Nintendo store in San Francisco, and they didn't have the two things I was looking for, but I found something that was even cuter. But look! They're little... Oh, wait. Can you even see them? Shit. They're little Animal Crossing containers. They're gonna go in my kitchen if I decide to do that. But look how cute these little vases are. They're Pikmin. How cute that. I mean, they're the tiniest little vases ever, but I need to go find like little fake flowers to put on the top of their heads. But I got so excited when I saw these because Transmission loves Pikmin, and I was like, oh my god, I gotta show these. But I waited until on stream just in case anybody else was interested in them. But that was a really cool store. It was, you had to wait in line for a little bit because I guess it just opened. I thought it was there for a while. I just happened to be in San Fran, and my friend's like, ooh, he's like, you know, the Nintendo store opened. I was like, yeah, hasn't it been open for a while? And he goes, no, it like just opened not that long ago. I was like, ooh, well then, let's go. Ooh, which is studying movie production for 4 years, graduated 2 years ago, never watched Jaws. Really? You've never seen Jaws? See, I kind of figured a movie like that would be kind of part of your curriculum. Kind of like with the original Shining and, God, what are some other really, brilliant movies? And I'm not calling this one brilliant, I'm just aware that I think it's a piece of shit, actually, and I hated the movie. I had to watch it, too, during college, but I do know that Birth of a Nation created transition shots, or establishing shots. Ugh. But I hate giving credit to that piece of shit movie. To anything. Psycho, yes, Mr. Crowley. But yeah, for like a brief time, I was like, I'll take some I like movie production stuff. Maybe I'll eventually do a YouTube. Or I'll be a star. Psycho is I love Psycho. Psycho's a brilliant one. Oh, Freaks. Freaks is that movie I really like, but it makes me upset every time I watch it, so I don't watch it very often. But every once in a while. Whoop. Every once in a while, I get in the mood to watch one of the old school movies. Did you ever watch, usually we watch many classics, but that one we missed for some reason. That is kind of surprising, because Jaws. Aw, thank you, Artie. Now this is fine. I can still go out and do stuff. I don't need, god damn. This was supposed to be, how do I change this back to a black background? I'm like, here's the thing, I'm like 99% sure I was able to put this to a black, what is it, like the black background? The original Invisible Man. I mean, I'll give you that one too. Any Twilight Zone fans? I actually have been going through the original Twilight Zone. Not in order. I've just been like picking ones. I was like, oh, I want to watch this, I want to watch this. I actually just watched Walking Distance because I felt like destroying myself. that Walking Distance, I think might be, oh god damn it, they know I'm in here. Walking Distance might be my favorite one, just because it gets me right here every time I watch it. God, it's my favorite movie's an old British one called If. It was the first guy, McDowell? Is that guy's name, McDowell? I apologize if this is the first time for any of you guys in here. This is kind of how these streams start. The Fear? The Fear, which one is that one? Is that the one where they're stuck in the what is it, a diner, and they're afraid to leave because it keeps, the fortune thing keeps telling them if they leave they're gonna die? That one's a good one. I like the one, I think it's like 4 strangers searching for the scary door. 4 strangers looking for an exit. settings do you have? I wonder if they just got rid of it, or if they switched where it is. It's kind of a bummer. Sometimes it's good to have it bright, but other times it strains my eyes, which is weird because the app itself is has like the black background instead of the white one. The Collection is one of my favorite episodes. Malcolm McDowell. What the fuck was he doing in Silent Hill Revelations, by the way? That was Malcolm McDowell, right? Who played Leonard. Well, Leonard. It wasn't really him. Ugh. I tried to sit down and watch that movie not too long ago, just because I was like, oh, maybe it'll be like a fun bad movie. No, it was just frustrating. Okay, sorry. Like I said, I gotta take frequent drinks because I wasn't thinking until after I'd already swallowed it. I was like, fuck, I shouldn't have taken this medication until after this was done. Because now I'm gonna be taking drinks multiple times during the stream. So I apologize. Okay. I think I've stalled long enough. Hello, PP. Potato chips. Do you know the movie The Mangler 2? It's not the sequel to that weird Toby Hooper. I don't. What is that one? He's been in so many crap movies in the last 20 years. How far in debt are you, Mr. McDowell? Or did your wife just wanted... He's like, honey, we need to get the new yacht this year. We're going to redo the kitchen. Can we just do this shitty, stupid movie nobody's going to remember you in? You're in it for 5 minutes. You get... I guarantee that's probably where the majority of the money or the budget for that movie went. Was McDowell and... fuck, what is her name? Trinity from The Matrix. Because she was in that too. Why was he in the Silent Night remake? Because he's Malcolm McDowell. That's a good point. Okay. Alright. Episode was Butt Scratcher. Season 7, episode 50. Of Twilight Zone. Man, they started running out of Carry On. Thank you. See, Adam, you're good at that one. You're able to pull up actors' names real fast. Okay. I get the feeling this one's gonna be especially bad. So, for those who don't know, based on the name, this is a dumb 12-year-old, because they're always 12, wishing probably for the stupidest shit. But in their defense, I probably would have wished for stupid shit too when I was 12. It's a trash 2000 sci-fi horror movie about AI and hackers and weird French stereotypes. Do they have like berets and like smoke from the really... What the hell are those long cigarette things called? And wear striped shirts and ascots and things like very super French French stereotypes. The Silent Night remake was awesome. I watch it every year. Silent Night. Which one? Hasn't that been remade like 5 or 6 times? If I remember correctly, there was one where they basically made an incestuous... that was Silent Night, right? Where they made an incestuous thing between Billy and the mother in the story for some reason. I don't know why they did that. There's a French chef who's supposed to be comic relief. Is he like the Little Mermaid French chef? It's the worst episode of the show. Did I see? I did. Well, I watched the. I'm thinking of Black Christmas. Thank you, Kroll. Yeah, because that was driving me crazy. Gotcha. Okay, then I do remember Silent Night. I for some reason I always get those two mixed up. It was my mistake. Okay, no more stalling, guys. Come on. Okay. Chapter 1. Judith Bellwood deliberately tripped me in math class. I saw her white sneaker boot out on the aisle. Okay, it's too dark now. Damn it. Too late. I was carrying my notebook up to the chalkboard to put a problem on the board. My eyes were on the scrawls in my notebook. I'm not the neatest writer in the world. I feel like I read that real weird. Judith Bellwood deliberately tripped me in math class. I saw her white sneakers scoot out into the aisle. Too late. I was carrying my notebook up to the chalkboard to put a problem on the board. My eyes were on the scrawls in my notebook. I'm not the neatest writer in the world. Oh, okay. I for some reason I couldn't, my brain was like, what is the sentence I just read? Okay, so she's walking up to the board, she's looking, wasn't paying attention, and the mean girl tripped her. And before I could stop, I saw the white sneaker shoot out. I tripped over it and went sprawling to the floor, landing hard on my elbows and knees. Of course, all papers flew out of my notebook and scattered everywhere, and the whole class thought it was a riot. Everyone was laughing and cheering as I struggled. What? Are you like... Why? Who? Even the teachers? She's like, woo, 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 yeah, fuck you, kid. Fuck you in particular. Whoa. I hope this is a dream and not something that actually happened. Of course, all the papers flew out of my notebook and scattered everywhere, and the whole class thought it was a riot. Everybody was laughing and cheering as I struggled to pull myself up. Judith and her pal Anna Frost laughed hardest of all. I landed on my funny bone, and the pain vibrated up and down my whole body. Oh yeah, because every single time we have to clock which repeated line he uses. I would have helped in this. It's a riot. It's hilarious. This child hurt themselves. As I climbed to my feet and then bent to pick up my notebook paper, I knew my face was as red as a tomato. Nice move, Sam, Anna called, a big grin on her face. Instant replay, somebody else shouted. Fuck you, kid. I glanced up to see a triumphant glow in Judith's eyes. Oh, why'd they name her Judith? It's hard where there's an S. But it wasn't funny. It really isn't. I'm the tallest girl in my 7th grade class. No, correct that. I'm the tallest kid in my 7th grade class. I'm at least 2 inches taller than my friend Corey Blinn, and he's the tallest guy. I'm also the biggest klutz who ever stumbled over the face of the earth. I mean, just because I'm tall and slender doesn't mean I have to be graceful, and believe me, I'm not. Well, I mean, you can't blame her for being like klutzy during the night or during the day, because during the night she's kidnapping children and hanging out in the woods. That's a Slender Man reference for. Hello, Tales from Longbox. The principal slammed open the door and laughed in my face. He just kicks open the door. Ah! I'm glad someone texted me to let me know Sam fell, so I had to come here and put my finger right in this child's face and laugh. Ah! You're bleeding internally. Be bigger? You need my... Hold on. I just don't want to overlap the... Boop. Like that? Is that what you meant? Okay. I'm tall and slender and clumsy as fuck. Well, I mean, 12-year-old, like when you're going through, you're just klutzy. You're getting used to you growing, and sometimes kids hit a growth spurt and their body hasn't caught up to it, so they're clumsy. It's kind of the way it is. But try to explain that to the other 12-year-olds. Why is it such a riot when I stumble over a wastebasket or drop my tray in the lunchroom or trip over someone's foot in math class? To be fair, that last one was intentional. She was just being a bitch there. Judith and Anna, I told you I was gonna keep tripping on that. Judith and Anna are just cruel, that's all. I know they both call me Stork behind my back. Corey told me they do. Well, who doesn't want to be called a bird? Birds are cool, man. And Judith is always making fun of my name, which is Bird. Well, again, I'm so jealous of this child. Samantha Bird. Why did you fly away, Bird? That's what they'd always say to me. Then that's not even a good insult. Ask her if she has a cloaca. I know 12-year-olds not gonna know what that is. That's what she always says to me. Then she and Anna laugh as if it's the funniest joke they've ever heard. Why don't you fly away, bird? Ha ha, big joke. Corey says Judith is just jealous of me, but that's stupid. I mean, why should Judith ever be jealous? She's not 9 feet tall. She's about 5'2", perfect for a 12-year-old. She's graceful, she's athletic, and she's really pretty with pale, creamy skin and big green eyes and wavy, copy-colored hair down to her shoulders. Well, just wait until puberty hits her, and then she gets like pimples and other shit. So I can't remember. It's been so long since I went through puberty. I don't remember the issues that I had. But what's to be jealous about? I think Corey's just trying to make me feel better and doing a lousy job of it. You've been 6'2" since you were 12? My nephew's really tall too. He's like he's been tall since he was a teenager also. Not since 12, but he definitely hit a growth spurt and he's way taller than I am now. Which doesn't say much because I'm like 5. What is it? The 65. What? I'm sorry. I'm trying to think of 65. So it'd be 5'5". I think it's what it is. Yeah, 65 or 5'5". I lost my train of thought. God damn it. Sorry, I'm just double checking to make sure nobody snuck in while I was reading. Anyway, I gathered my papers all together. I guess I was just laying there reminiscing about how I was until I finally got up and shoved them back in my notebook. Sharon asked if I was okay. Sharon is my math teacher. She waited this fucking long to ask if this child was okay when she was sprawled face down on the floor? We all call the teachers by their first names here at Montrose Middle School. Why? I muttered that I was fine, even though my elbow was throbbing like crazy, and I copied the problem on the board. Well, at least she was able to do that. Lost my train of thought. I always... That lost my... Fuck you, Rapoka! Don't you be chiming in? I get it enough from the chat. I don't need it from you, too. That was a really good timing. Lost my train of thought. Exactly right. Happens to be all... Well, it also doesn't help because the medication that I took kind of makes me zone out, so I have to like focus a little bit harder to read. You have a wagon with 2 different size wheels. At least it'll be fun. Who the hell is on the first name basis with their teachers? I don't targets for a predator teacher because I certainly never called any of my teachers by their first name. The chalk squeaked and everybody groaned and complained. I can't help it. I've never been able to write on the board without squeaking the chalk. It isn't such a big deal, is it? I heard Judith... Why? Okay, question. If Sam is so much bigger and so much taller than all these other girls, and they keep... Just punch her once in the face. Like, seriously, you're that much bigger. Just hit her once... Make her cry, and then they'll leave you alone, because a lot of these people are just shit talkers they're 12. They're shit talking at 12 years old. They're not gonna react, especially when there's someone towering over them. Once they realize that you're not a victim, they'll leave you alone. God damn it, Sam. Do you learn nothing from Fight Club? I've never actually seen that movie, so I'm just guessing what's, the fight movie with the clubs? And when I heard Judith whisper some crack about me to Anna, but I couldn't hear what it was. I glanced up from the problem to see the two of them snickering and smirking at me, and wouldn't you know it, I couldn't solve the problem. I had something wrong with the equation, and I couldn't figure out what. Sharon stepped up behind... I wonder if he just didn't want to put Mrs. or Miss or whatever. Sharon stepped up behind me, her skinny arms crossed over her ugly oh god, I always have trouble with this fucking word too. Charcuterie, whatever. Her sweater, her ugly sweater, chartreuse. Yes, chartreuse? That sounds right. Sweater. She moved her lips as she read what I had written, trying to see where I went wrong. And of course, Judith raised her hand and called out, "I see the problem, Sharon. Bird can't add. 4 and 2 is 6, not 5. High five." I could feel myself blushing again. Where would I be without Judith to point out all of my mistakes to the whole class? Raft of thought? Everyone was laughing again. Even Sharon thought it was funny. What the fuck? What kind of shitty teacher lets one kid get picked? So this is like the scapegoat child. And I just had to stand there and take it. Good old Samantha, the class klutz, the class idiot. I made the joke earlier that the teacher is laughing with them. But I think you might be right. I don't who did the principal joke. They were right too. The principal kicked open everybody. They're like, "Hey everybody, Sam fell again. Everybody come here and laugh at her face. Point and laugh." My hand was shaking as I erased my stupid mistake and wrote the right numbers. I was so angry at Judith and at myself, but I kept it together as I walked carefully back to my seat. I didn't even glance at Judith as I walked past her. I kept it together until home ec class that afternoon, and then it got ugly. I lost my convoy of thought. Right here. Chapter 2. Took me 15 minutes to get through 2-page chapter. Samantha becomes Slender Sam. Oh, that is a great idea. Phenomenal idea. Teachers did nothing, so I can relate. I've never understood why are you becoming a teacher if you fucking hate kids? I've never understood that whole convoy of thought. I can't stand kids. But then again, I love watching them get hurt, and so maybe that's what it is. Chapter 2. Daphne is this is so weird. Daphne is our teacher in home ec. I like Daphne. She's a big, jolly woman with several chins and a great sense of humor. Jeez. Poor Daphne's catching strays. What does she do? You like her. The rumor is that Daphne always makes us bake cakes and pies and brownies so that she can eat them all after we leave the class. Jesus. For the high pay and benefits. I doubt that. That's kind of mean, I think. You think it's kind of mean, Samantha. I'm starting to realize why people pick on you. But it's probably a little bit true. We have home ec right after lunch, so we're never very hungry. Most of what we make wouldn't be good dog food anyway, so it mostly gets left in the home ec room. Here, Daphne, you can have the dog food that we gonna teach in middle school. Well, middle schoolers are monsters. What do you want from them? They're the John Mulaney joke that they're the meanest people in the world. I always look forward to the class, partly because Daphne is a fun teacher, and partly because it's the one class where there's no homework. The only bad thing about home ec class is that Judith is in it. Judith and I had a little run-in in the lunchroom. I sat down at the far end of the table, as far away from her as I could get, but I still heard her telling a couple of 8th graders, "Bird tried to fly in math class." That's not even remotely funny. Again, if you just stare at her and do the ha ha, make her stupid. Samantha, come to my. Well, no, don't come to my house, but reach out, fictional child. I will tell you how to treat these 12-year-old bullies. Everyone laughed and stared at me. "You tripped me, Judith," I shouted angrily. My mouth was full of egg salad. Egg salad, which dribbled down my chin when I shouted. Oh, honey. Honey, you are making yourself an easy target. Middle school. When he saw the student fall and break her nose, he remembered why he became a teacher. The unbeatable feeling of superiority. In Germany, you have all the classes up to the 10th grade with all the same people. Really? Yeah, for me, for where I'm from, or where I live, it's like a zoning thing. It's usually, well, no, I'm sorry, that's not it depends on where you go to. Yeah, I don't think, with the exception of junior high, middle school, whatever you call it, I would have like a couple people. I mean, hell, I remember when I graduated high school, we were walking out, and I remember looking around, and I was like, I have never seen half of these fucking people in my life. Maybe I just never paid attention. Judith tripped down the stairs, Sam said menacingly under her breath. Exactly. It's like, don't do permanent damage. Just do enough damage so that she remembers you. That she feels it in her bones when it rains. She has that tiny little like, it's like she almost has arthritis as a child. I sound like a fucking serial killer. I'm sorry. I'm just... And everybody laughed at me again, just because I was dribbling egg salad down my chin, because I couldn't swallow my food before I said something. Judith said something which I couldn't hear over all the noise in the lunchroom. She smirked at me and tossed her red hair... Oh, she did a hair flip! Her red hair behind her shoulders. I started to get up and go over to her. I don't know what I was thinking of doing, but I was so angry I wasn't thinking too clearly. Hit her! Hit her! Punch her in the throat! Luckily, Corey appeared across the table. He dropped his lunch down onto the table, turned the chair around backwards the way he always does, and sat down. See, it's the 90s. You were real cool when you sat backwards in the chair. You didn't follow the rules. Just like the kid from Pinocchio's Revenge. See, Mr. Crowley gets it. Push her in front of a moving bus. It's fine. Everything's fine. What's 4 plus 2? He teased. 42, I replied, rolling my eyes. Do you believe Judith? I said bitterly. Of course I believe Judith, he said, pulling open his brown lunch bag. Judith is Judith. I think is that 12th grade language for calling her a bitch? Because it's cool guy Corey, yeah. He's just so rad. Like, he knows how to ride, not drive. He knows how to ride a skateboard, and he wears his caps on backwards, and he chews bubblegum, and he knows how to blow bubbles correctly. It's just so cool. He also has a Walkman, other 90 things. Sorry. Sorry. I'm just so full of beans today. Yeah, see, this is me in full effect of my giddy medication. What's that supposed to mean? I snapped. He shrugged. A grin broke out across his face. Oh. Corey is kind of cute. Fucking nailed it. I already knew she was gonna have like a crush on him. Corey was kind of cute. He has dark brown eyes that sort of crinkle up in the corners, and a nose that's a little too long. Wow. What? Sort of way to mean Fred Durst. Maybe this is Fred Durst. Didn't you know that Fred Durst's real name is Corey Durst? He just thought Corey was a badass enough. And I heard his dad is a DJ. And I heard he's friends with the Ninja Turtles. It's so crazy. Jinko, he has 5 pairs of Jinko jeans and a Nelly. And a Nelly Band-Aid. God damn it. I love the 90s things. Forgot about Jinko jeans. Those things are hideous. He has a nose that's a little too long. Okay, so he's like Mr. Burns. And a funny, crooked smile. He has great hair, but he never brushes it. So he never takes off his cap. Fucking called it! He has a cap. It's an Orlando Magic cap. Even though he doesn't know or care about the team, he just likes the cap. Oh, so he's a goddamn poser is what he is. Orlando Magic? Orlando, is that a basketball? Baseball? I don't know what that is. Is that even a real, is that even, not even real, is that even a real team, or is that even a team that exists anymore? He picked into his lunch bag and made a face. Again? I asked, wiping egg salad off the front of my t-shirt with a napkin. Jesus, swallow your fucking food before you talk, and then you won't be spitting it everywhere. He has 3 razor scooters and a diamond stud earring. Basketball? Okay. And ice tips by Care. Again, it's the 90s, so all these things are definitely accurate. He looks like a member from Green Day. Actually, you know what? I actually heard his cousin is... Damn it, I had it and I lost it. I was gonna say the lead singer of Green Day, but I lost it. I fucked my joke up. Yeah, again, he replied glumly. He pulled out the same lunch his father packed him every single day. A grilled cheese sandwich. So it's a cold and definitely soggy grilled cheese sandwich and an orange. Why does your dad give you grilled cheese every day? I asked. Did you tell him it gets cold and slimy by lunchtime? Because my dad's abusive, or possibly an alcoholic, and this is what he remembers. Billy Joel is related to the singer from Rancid. Really? That's one of the most random. All right. Good from singer from Rancid. They were good for Billy Joel, depending on your point or your stance on Billy Joel. He has like all of the Ed Hardy t-shirts. Billy Joel, yeah. He's got so many good songs, man. Billy Joe. Oh! I need to learn to read. Billy Joe. Yeah, that's right. God damn it. Yeah, I'm very out there right now. Oh. That's my alarm. Okay. I told him, Corey groaned, picking up half the sandwich in one hand and examining it as if it were some sort of science lab experiment. He says it's good protein. That would be an egg. Does cheese have a lot of protein? I think it would be more calcium, not. What's he putting in this grilled cheese sandwich? Unless it's a grilled cheese and like with like some type of meat in it. I think Corey's dad is just I think he's just an alcoholic. Just do what my parents did. Just give me a few bucks and I would just buy a soda and like a Snickers bar or something when I was a kid. Jenny can't read good. I certainly can't not. The grilled cheese is probably made with Dollar Tree. Oh no. I thought you misspelled Billy Joel. So did I. So did I. I just assumed that. Okay. How can it be good protein if you throw it in the trash every day? I asked. He's not going to tell his government cheese. Oh no. Corey grinned his crooked smile. I didn't tell him that I throw it in the trash every day. Yeah, you're not going to do that. You're not going to tell him you just throw it away. But maybe if he does, it's not... He'll stop making it, or maybe make you double the amount. He says it's good protein. That's... My brain can't get past that. I keep circling back to protein, grilled cheese sandwich, and an orange. Good protein. Yeah, your dad. Okay. Okay. I'm over it. I'll definitely circle back to it though. He shoved the rubbery sandwich back into the bag and started to peel the orange. I mean, at least he has the orange. It's good protein. It's a good thing you came by, I said, swallowing the last bite of my egg salad sandwich. I was about to get up and go murder Judith over there. Wow. Wow. I was joking. Chill out, Sam. I laughed I laughed a scornful laugh. Oh wait, where it is? Wait. Oh, I missed a whole thing. We both glanced down the table. Judith and the two 8th graders that had their chairs tilted back were laughing about something. One of the 8th graders had a People magazine, I think, and she was showing a picture in it to the others. Oh, was that like a big thing for 8th graders in the 90s? People magazine. Don't murder Judith, Corey advised, still peeling the orange. You'll get in trouble. He said it has good protein, he said as he opened his lunch bag, revealing 2 raw eggs and a box of nails for his iron deficiency. Government orange juice? That's new to me. Like, I'm aware of what government cheese is and why it's called that and all that, but I've never heard of government orange juice. Shouldn't she have laughed scornfully at Mr. Stain? I think, yeah, you would think. I laughed a scornful laughter. You kidding? I'd get an award. If you murder Judith, your basketball team will never win another game, Corey said, concentrating on the orange. Oh, that's cruel, I exclaimed. I tossed my balled up aluminum foil at him. It bounced off his chest and dropped to the floor. He was right, of course. Judith was the best player on our team. Wait, wwhy is she... Oh, she's the worst player. Okay, she is on the team. I was like, she's the tallest. How is she not on the team? Of course, Judith was the best player on our team, the Montrose Mustangs. She was the only good player. She could dribble really well without getting the ball tangled up in her legs. And she had a great shooting eye. Tangled. And I, of course, was the worst player on the team. I admit it, I'm a total klutz, as I've said, which doesn't get you very far in the basketball court. I really hadn't wanted to be on the Mustangs. I think I'd stink, or I knew I'd stink, but Ellen insisted. Ellen was the girls' basketball coach. Ellen insisted that I be on the team. Sam, you're so tall, she told me. You've got to play basketball. You're a natural. Sure, I'm a natural klutz. I can't shoot at all, not even foul shots, especially not foul shots. And I can't run without tripping over my own Reeboks. And my hands are small, even though the rest of me isn't. So I'm not too good at passing or catching the ball. I think Ellen has learned her lesson. Tall ain't all. Ooh. Take orange juice that's 0% juice? Ew. That was... Yeah, I'm not... some of these descriptions are real weird. But now she's too embarrassed to take me off the team. And what? Well, what? The coach is not cutting people when they're not. Just stop showing up. She'll cut you if you stop showing up. God damn it, these kids. But now she's too embarrassed to take me off the team, and I keep at it. I work hard at practice. I mean, I keep thinking I'll get better. I couldn't get any worse. If only Judith wasn't such a hot shot. If only she was nicer to me. But as Corey put it, Judith is Judith. In other words, Judith. God, I fucking hate the name Judith because I sound ridiculous saying it. It's like Aerith. It's Ares. I'm just gonna call her Ares for Final Fantasy VII, not Aerith. She's always yelling at me during practice and making fun of me and making me feel 2 feet tall, which sometimes I wish I were. Well, if you were 2 feet tall, they would, because they're assholes, they'd be making fun of you for being so short. Ooh, sorry. Bird, why don't you just give us a break and fly away? She said. If she says that one more time, I'll punch out her lights. I really will. Thank you, Sam. Jesus. What were you thinking about, Sam? Corey's voice broke into my bitter thoughts. About Judith, of course, I muttered. Miss Perfect. How she would look so good face down in a pile of other bodies after I dug them a shallow grave. Everything is Judith's fault. Well, she's so perfect, Tails. She's so perfect. Have you seen her red hair? She can flip it like nobody's business. Ew. It's just high C in a cardboard jug. Jesus. I am so sorry. I always called her Aries because Aerith... Yeah, it sounds like you have a lisp. It's like in Hocus Pocus, I thought his name was Zachary. It's not Zachary, it's Thackeray. So it's like TH. I was like, I'm not fucking saying that. Yes, he's from the 1700s or whatever, and he has a silly sounding name, but I'm just gonna call him Zachary. Hey, stop, he said, pulling apart the orange sections. You have really good qualities too, you know. Oh, really? What are my good qualities? That I'm tall? No, he finally popped an orange section into his mouth. I never saw anyone take so long to eat an orange. You're also smart, and you're funny. Thanks a bunch, I replied, frowning. Thanks that I'm so smart and so funny, which we haven't seen yet. Banana Thackeray. Thackeray Binks. Yeah, exactly. And you're very generous, he added. You're so generous, you're gonna give me those bag of potato chips, right? He pounced on them before I could grab it away from him. I knew there was a reason for his compliments. I watched Corey stuff down my potato chips. He didn't even offer me one. Then the bell rang, and are you sure this person's your friend? And I hurried to home ec, where I totally lost it. What happened was this. We were making tapioca pudding, an already awful treat, and it was really messy. We all had big orange mixing bowls, and the ingredients were spread out on the table next to the stove. Corey the Mooch. I made people with red hair are perfect, I should know. Oh, tails. I was busily stirring mine. It was nice and goopy and it made this really great glop glop sound as I stirred it with the wooden spoon. My hands were sticky for some reason. Maybe because you were making tapioca. It was, I had probably spilled some of the pudding on them, so I stopped to wipe them on my apron. I was being pretty neat for me. There was only a few yellow puddles of pudding on my table. Most of it was actually in the mixing bowl. Good for you. I finished stirring, and when I looked up, there was Judith. I was a little surprised because she'd been working on the other side of the room by the windows. We generally keep as far away apart from each other as possible. Judith had this odd smile on her face, and as she approached me, she pretended to trip. I already knew where this was going. I swear she only pretended to trip. And she spilled her whole mixing bowl of tapioca onto my shoes. My brand new Doc Martens. Oh, well, no. Yeah, if you spill that nasty fucking tapioca on my Doc Martens, you are gonna wake up in the hospital. If you're lucky, the hospital. Drag you to my Slender Man cave. I don't know where Slender Man lives. Hell? I'm gonna drag you to hell. I will eat your eyes out of your fucking skull, Judith. You spilled this tapioca shit on my new Doc. Oh, and there were the blue ones too. I had a pair of blue Doc Martens. Sorry, I just was reminiscing about how. Yeah, I'm just joking. I don't hate tapioca. I just haven't had it in a million years. It's just funnier to talk shit about it. I thought it was going to be the other way around. I thought Sam was going to pretend to trip and it was going to backfire. And people are like, wow, you're an asshole. Why would you do that to Judith? She's just been tormenting you every single day at every single class since we've started here. God. Oops. And you know, bad enough it is the Doc Martens. At least they'd be easier to clean, but Shudder's making a mortuary assistant movie? Fuck yeah! Hopefully they'll be able to win in that movie because I certainly can't. my brand new Adidas. It could have gone. She could have like thrown it on her face and like gotten it all over her. I think if it's just on your shoes, that's fine. I mean, not fine. I mean, still, it's shitty, and they're brand new Doc Martens, and I don't know if they're still super expensive, but Doc Martens are like couple hundred, depending on which ones you get. I looked down at my brand new shoes covered in goopy yellow pudding, and that's when I lost it. I uttered an angry roar and went for Judith's throat. I didn't plan it or anything. Is she gonna choke this bitch out? I'm just reading! I'm just reading. I'm not saying I'm going to choke a bitch out. The character in the book I'm reading. Jeez. I did not realize that this tiny guy can apparently hear me. She only sends you death threats on the daily. I know, what an asshole. Why would you choke her out in school? See, I had Converses that I drew all over in high school. I loved those things. I had them for so long, and then they eventually quite literally fell apart because of how much I wore them. I didn't plan it or anything. I think it was temporary insanity. I just reached out with both hands and grabbed Judith. And began to strangle her. I mean, they were brand new shoes. Justified. Judith started struggling and tried to scream. She pulled my hair and tried to scratch me, but I held onto her throat and roared some more. Roar! Like an angry tiger. But Daphne had to pull us apart. She pulled me away by the shoulders, then thrust her wide body between us, blocking our view of each other. I was panting loudly. My chest was heaving up and down. Samantha, what were you doing? I think that's what Daphne was screaming. I couldn't really hear her. I had this roaring in my ears, loud as a waterfall. I think it was just my anger. Before I knew it, I had pushed myself away from the table and was running out of the room. I ran out to the empty hall and stopped. I didn't know what to do next. I was just so angry. I'm gonna get a gun and mow these people down, I think. If I had 3 wishes, I told myself, I know what they would be. Destroy Judith, destroy Judith, destroy Judith. Little did I know, I would soon get my wish. All 3 of them. God damn, honey. I mean, I get it. Sam Bateman. I mean, she had it coming. She had it coming. She's actually kind of lucky she didn't get, I mean, our main character is a very tall girl compared to Judith. So, she probably could have done some real damage if they didn't get them pried apart. So she's real lucky. I mean, she could have blacked out, she could have let go, and Judith would have hit the floor. So, she's lucky. Oh god, this is only chapter 3. Well, this is what I get for stopping every 2 seconds. Daphne made Judith and me shake hands and apologize after she dragged me back into the classroom. I had to do it. It was either that or be tossed out of the school. Sorry I tried to murder you by strangulation. It really was an accident, Judith murmured under her breath. What's your problem, Bird? What's your problem, Judith? Not much of an apology if you ask me, but I shook hands with her. I didn't need my parents being called to the school because their daughter tried to strangle a classmate. Why don't your parents know about the bullying? I think if at that point, if I heard that this bitch would not leave my kid alone to the point that my kid got fed up and tried to fucking strangle her, I would probably be at the school that following day demanding them, hey, if Judith blacked out, she probably had seen hell. She just wakes up screaming. Ah! I was there for years. I was there for the years. Sorry, it got real dark. Judith, more like Judas. And I showed up, reluctantly, for basketball practice after school. I knew if I didn't show, Judith would tell everyone that she had scared me away. I showed up because I knew she didn't want me to, which I think is a good reason as any. Also, I needed the exercise. I needed to run back and forth across the court a few hundred times to get the anger out. I needed to sweat out the frustration of not being able to finish off strangling Judith. Sam, honey, finishing strangling somebody means they're dead at that point. Chill out. Let's do some fast laps, Ellen suggested. Some of the other girls groaned, but I didn't. I started running before Ellen even blew her whistle. They were all in shorts and sleeveless t-shirts. Ellen wore gray sweats that were baggy in all the wrong places. Man, she has nothing to say about the way these teachers look, even the ones she likes. She had frizzy red hair and she was so straight and skinny, she sort of looked like a kitchen match. All right. It was 50 years in hell. How long was it here? I like the scene hell comment. Ellen wasn't very athletic. She told us she coached girls basketball because they paid her extra and she needed the money. Does she even... That's probably why you guys keep fucking losing. Because you have somebody who doesn't know what they're doing coaching you guys. After running our laps around the gym, practice went pretty much as usual. Judith and Anna passed the ball to each other a lot. You didn't tell us Anna was on the team. And they both took a lot of shots. Jump shots, layups, even hook shots. The others tried to keep up with them. I tried not to be noticed. I was still simmering about the tapioca pudding disaster. Is that what it's going to be called now? I got some tapioca pudding kind of on my boots. So I tried to murder my classmate. She looked like a garden gnome. And I wanted as little contact with Judith or anyone as possible. I mean, I was feeling really glum. And watching Judith sink a 20-foot jumper, catch her own rebound, and scoop a perfect two-handed shovel pass to Anna wasn't helping to cheer me up one bit. Those were words. I kind of know what those words mean. Welcome to basketball. I'm the master of missed shots. And of course, things got worse. Anna actually passed the ball to me. I muffed it. Muffed it? I don't know what they mean by... Oh, I see. It bounced in my hands, hit me in the... It bounced off my hands, hit me in the forehead, and rolled away. Heads up, bird! Oh, sorry. Heads up, bird! I heard Ellen cry. See, I thought that was going to be one of the kids. The middle school tapioca massacre. It's pretty funny. I kept running. I tried to look upset that I had blown my first opportunity of the practice. A few minutes later, I saw the ball flying towards me again, and I heard Judith shout, "Get this one, Stork!" I was so startled that she'd called me Stork to my face that I caught the ball. I started to dribble to the basket, and Anna reached a hand in and easily stole my ball. She spun around and sent an arching shot to the basket, which nearly went in. "Nice steal, Anna!" Ellen cried. Breathing hard, I turned angrily to Judith. What did you call me?" Judith pretended she didn't hear me. She's like, nothing. Nothing. I nearly got choked out last time. Ellen blew the whistle. "Fast breaks," she shouted. We practiced fast breaks three at a time. Dribbling fast, we'd pass the ball back and forth. Then the one under the hoop with the ball was supposed to take the shot. I remember doing those. I need to practice slow breaks, I thought to myself. I had no trouble keeping up with the others. I mean, I had the longest legs after all. I could run fast enough, I just couldn't do anything else while I was running. As Judith, Anna, and I came roaring down the court, I prayed I wouldn't make a total fool of myself. Sweat poured down my forehead, my heart was racing. I took a short pass from Anna, dribbled under the basket, and took a shot. The ball flew straight up in the air, then bounced back to the floor. It didn't even come close to the backboard. I could hear the other girls laughing on the side. You guys are teammates. What is this? I slammed it as hard as I could into her face. Yeah, kind of. You think she just turn around and just do that dribble thing on their faces at this point? Look, you don't want to play basketball, get yourself thrown off the team for like misconduct, because apparently being super shitty to your teammates and showing no type of camaraderie is fine with these other girls. After 20 minutes of fast break torture, Ellen blew her whistle. "Scrimmage," she called out. That was the signal for us to divide into two teams and play each other. I sighed and wiped the sweat off my forehead with the back of my hand. I tried to get into the game. I concentrated hard, mainly not on messing up, but I was pretty discouraged. Then a few minutes into the game, Judith and I both dove for the ball at the same time. Somehow, as I dove, my arms outstretched, Judith's knee came up hard and plunged like a knife into my chest. A pain shot through my entire body. I tried to cry out, but I couldn't make a sound. I uttered a weird gasping noise, sort of like the honk of a sick seal, and then I realized I couldn't breathe. Everything Everything turned bright red, bright shimmering red, and then black. I knew I was going to die. A little dramatic there. You just got kneed in the chest. It happens sometimes playing games. Chapter 4. Hold on, I gotta take another of many, many drinks. Okay. Having your breath knocked out has to be the worst feeling in the world. The same girl who was choking someone out earlier in the day. It's just so scary. You try to breathe and you can't, and the pain just keeps swelling like a balloon being blown right up inside your chest. I really thought I was dead meat. Of course I was perfectly okay a few moments later. She's 12. She's gonna be very dramatic. Hello, Anthony. Do all the voice acting, please. All right. I kind of forgot about it. Of course I was perfectly okay a few moments later. I still felt a little shaky, a little dizzy, but basically okay. Coughing up blood a little, you know. I didn't say anything. I didn't want her to apologize. I didn't want to talk to her at all. I just wanted to strangle her again. This time for good. I mean, how much can one girl take in a day? Judith had tripped me in math class, dumped her disgusting tapioca pudding all over my new Doc Martens and home ec, and kicked me unconscious in basketball practice. Did I really have to smile and accept her apology now? No way. No way in a million years. Then I silently wondered what it felt like for a knife to very slowly go into the flesh of a human. I trudged silently to the locker room, my head bent, my eyes on the floor. And when she saw I wasn't going to buy her cheap apology, Judith got angry. Do you believe that? She shoves her knee through my chest and she gets angry? Why don't you just fly away, bird? Why don't you just fly away, bird? She murmured. Then she went trotting back to the gym floor. I got changed without showering. Gross! You stinky ass! Then I collected my stuff and slunk out of the building and got my bike. That really was the last straw, I thought, walking my bike across the parking lot in the back school. She's gonna bring a box cutter. Where is this? She's gonna bring a box cutter or like gun to school the next day, depending on where this takes place. I live sorry. It was about a half hour later. The late afternoon sky was gray and overcast. I felt a few light drops of rain on my head. The last straw, she repeated to me. That's what she's going to be screaming as she's like stabbing Judith repeatedly with a box cutter. Last straw, last straw, last straw. Murmured. This one says muttered. Murmured. Hello, Thanatress. Pretty good. Seals can honk. I guess that's what they'd call that. The R. I don't know if that would count though. Maybe it's just me, but I'm getting real Judith and Sam get fused into a horrible human anagram. Two girls. Like they're gonna have like the two heads and fighting with each other. I lived 2 blocks from the school, but I didn't feel like going home. I felt like riding and riding and riding. I felt like just going straight and never turning back. I was angry and upset and shaky, but mainly angry. Did she ever clean off her Doc Martens, or is she still walking around with tapioca stained Martens? Sam started humming, I don't like Mondays. God damn, Crowley, that is a dark ass joke. While unlocking her father's gun case. God damn, I get that reference, but god damn. I thought it was called Barking. It probably, because, you know, sometimes these books have like the weirdest descriptions of things. Ignoring the raindrops, I climbed up to my bike and began pedaling in the direction away from my house. Front yards and houses went by in a blur. I didn't see them. I didn't see anything. I pedaled harder and harder. It felt so good to get away from school, to get away from Judith. The rain started to come down a little harder. I didn't mind. I forgot to shower, so this works out for me. I raised my face to the sky as I pedaled. The raindrops felt cold and refreshing on my hot skin. As I looked down, I saw that I had reached Jeffers Woods, a long stretch of trees that divided my neighborhood from the next. A narrow bike path twisted through the tall old trees, which were winter bare and looked sort of sad and lonely without their leaves. Sometimes I took the path, seeing how fast I could ride over its curves and bumps. But the sky was dark. This is a really bad idea, kid. But the sky was darkening. The clouds hovered lower and lower, and I saw a glimmering streak of lightning in the sky over the trees. And I decided I better turn around. Good. I thought her ass was gonna try to go bike riding in the woods at night. I was like, I was like, never mind, you're just gonna get kidnapped by Slender Man. Never go full Garfield. Are all R.L. Stine protagonists serial killers? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. They're baby serial killers is what they are. They're just... I'm actually waiting for a scene for one of them to torture a small animal, because that Stine, we know what you're trying to do. Just do it. just pull the trigger. Jeffers Wood would be a perfect place to hide Judith's body. Slender Sam's origin story. I mean, it's starting to look that way. She's already got like the build. She already looks, she's already very tall and slim. But as I turned, someone stepped in front of me. A woman! I gasped, startled to see someone in this empty road by the woods. I squinted at her as the rain began to fall harder, pattering the pavement around me. She wasn't young, and she wasn't old. That's just... okay. She had dark eyes like two black pieces of coal on a pale face. Her thick black hair flowed loosely behind her. Her clothing was sort of old-fashioned. She had a bright red, heavy woolen shawl pulled over her shoulders. She wore a long black skirt down to her ankles. Her eyes seemed to light up as she met my stare. She looked confused. I should have run. You should have run. You're on your bike. I should have pedaled away from her as fast as I could, if only I'd known. But I didn't flee. I didn't escape. Instead, I smiled at her. How can I help you? I asked. Oh my God. Don't do it, Sam. Hamsters are adorable. But then again, hamsters... See, the reason I've never gotten a hamster is because those little suckers seem to manage to get themselves killed even in, like, the safest... What would that be called? Terrarium? I'm not sure what a hamster thing is. And I did not realize this until seeing the sheer amount of... Like, there was a whole... Reddit thing that I read forever ago where they were asked, like, hey, what's the strangest way your hamster committed suicide? I was like, what? That's a thing? Don't tell mom I'm a serial killer. See, I would read that. That actually sounds like it would be fun. That sounds more like it would be kind of like a self-aware type one. Don't tell mom I'm a serial killer. There you go, Sepsis. Get on it. You already have a title. The writing prompt. Don't want to release the one you got? You can do that one. But I want to read that one. The one that you're trying to get rid of. Chapter 5. The woman's eyes narrowed. I'm guessing narrowing eyes is probably going to be a recurring, what the recurring was in this one. I could see she was checking me out. I lowered my feet to the ground, balancing the bike between my legs. The rain pattered on the pavement, big cold drops. I suddenly remembered I had a hood on my windbreaker, so I reached up behind my head and slipped it over my hair. The sky darkened into an eerie olive color. The bare trees in the woods shivered in a swirling breeze. The woman took a few steps closer. She was so pale, I thought almost ghost-like, except for the deep, dark eyes that were staring so hard at me. I seem to have lost my way, she said. To my surprise, she had an old woman's voice. Oh, sorry. Well, no, I'm going to keep it. I can't do an old lady's voice. I seem to have lost my way. I don't even know. Oops, I dismembered my substitute teacher. I was a teenage mass murderer. God damn. Aw. Shadow. No, you don't. It would drive you crazy. Let's see here. I seem to have lost my way, she said. To my surprise, she had an old woman's voice, shaky and frail. I squinted at her from under my hood. The rain was matting was matting her thick black hair to her head. It was impossible to tell how old she was. Motherfucker. She could have been 20 or 60. There's no way to tell the difference between those two ages. They're like back to back. This is Montrose Avenue, I told her, because everything in this city or town or whatever is named after the school. There's Montrose Avenue and Montrose Street and Montrose Tributary. Don't tell Mom the babysitter's in the Chipwood. All these ones are great. I would much rather read those. I told her, speaking loudly because of the drumming of the raindrops. Actually, Montrose ends here at the woods. She nodded thoughtfully, pursing her pale lips. I'm trying to get to... I have no idea what accent I'm going for here. I'm trying to get to Madison, she said. I think I have completely lost my direction. You're pretty far from Madison, I said. It's way over there, I pointed. A whole block. She chewed her lower lip. I'm usually pretty good at Child, she's trying to kidnap you. Jesus Christ. Take the hint that she's trying to kidnap you. I'm usually pretty good at directions, she said fretfully in her shaky voice. She adjusted her heavy red shawl over her slender shoulders. Madison is way over on the east side, I said with a shiver. Are you dumb? that was me. That wasn't the book. The rain was cold. I was eager to go home and get some dry clothes. Can you take me there? The woman asked. She grabbed my wrist. I almost gasped out loud. Her hand was as cold as ice. Can you take me there? She repeated, bringing her face close to mine. I would be ever so grateful. She had taken her hand away, but I could still feel the icy grip of my wrist. Why didn't I run away? Why didn't I raise my feet to the pedals and ride out of there as fast as I could? Why would you? She's just being a weird old lady. Old ladies are weird, usually. They're basically the same age. The school-age slasher. She's napping under the lawnmower. I'll give you a was original. It's stuck to the bottom of my purse, if you don't mind. It might have a hair or two on it. I don't even know if it would be my hair that'd be stuck on it. Sure, I'll show you where it is, I said. Thank you, dear, she smiled. She had a dimple on one cheek when she smiled. I realized she was kind of pretty in an old-fashioned kind of way. She doesn't seem to she can't just give a compliment to anybody. She has to be kind of like low-key shitty to them. I used to love those strawberry candies. What are those? These kids are really gonna need Ned and his school survival guide. Yeah, it's God, what were those little strawberry candies called? I used to love them. They had like a little jam or something in the middle. I used to like them. What are those? Great question. I for life, I just call them strawberry candies. That's probably what they're called too. I climbed off my bike and, holding onto my handlebars, began to walk it. The woman stepped beside me, adjusting her shawl. Oh, I thought you were gonna let me ride bitch seat. All right, I guess we're walking. She walked down the middle of the street, her eyes trained on me. The rain continued to come down. I saw another jagged bolt of lightning far away in the olive sky. The swirling wind made my windbreaker flap against my legs. Am I going too fast? I asked. No, dear, I can keep up. I'm 20 or 60. You decide. She replied with a smile. She had a small purple bag slung over her shoulder. She protected the bag by tucking it under her arm. She wore black boots under a long skirt. The boots, I saw, had tiny buttons running up the side. The boots clicked on the wet pavement as she walked. I'm so ever so sorry for being so much trouble to you, the woman said, again pursing her lips fretfully. Oh, no trouble, I replied. My good deed for the day, I thought. Except, nearly killing the school bully. They're called strawberry bonbons? Weird. Schroeder, senior citizen. Take her to Jeffers Woods. Step 2, do what I did to Janet. I love the rain, she said, raising her hands to it, letting the raindrops splash her open palms. Without the rain, what would wash the evil away? What a weird thing. That's a weird thing to say, I thought. I muttered a reply. I wondered what evil she was talking about. Her long black hair was completely soaked, but she didn't seem to mind. She walked quickly with long, steady strides, swinging one hand as she walked, protecting the purple bag under the other arm. A few blocks later, the handlebar slipped out of my hands. The bike toppled over, and the pedals scraped my knee as I tried to grab for it before it fell. What a klutz I am. Here's a lollipop without a wrapper. It's the imitation lemon. The best flavor in my opinion, right next to orange. I'm not a fan of that blue raspberry. I don't know how anybody likes that garbage. Without the rain, everyone would know. God damn it, Petrus. Without the rain, everybody would know I wet my pants. I pulled the bike up and began walking it again. My knee throbbed. I shivered. The rain blew the rain in my face. What am I doing out here? I asked myself. Oh, right, I was pouting earlier. The woman kept walking quickly, a thoughtful expression on her face. It's quite a rain. She didn't even ask this child if she was okay. She's like, yeah, well, that's not my problem. It's quite a rain, she said, gazing up at the dark clouds. This is so nice of you, dear. Well, it isn't too far out of my way, I said politely. Just 8 or 10 blocks. I don't know how I could have gone so far astray, she said, shaking her head. I was sure I was headed in the right direction, but then came those woods. We're almost there, I said. What's your name? She asked suddenly. Samantha, I told her, but everybody calls me Sam. Oh, she said, you're that one annoying child that everybody laughs at. Damn, I should have laughed at you when you knocked over your bike. I missed my chance. I like the rain because it hides my tears. We have a minimum gay puppets quota. Yeah, I'm very it's been very, very gay puppetless, and I'm very sad. The funny thing was, I was thinking about doing the second puppet book, but I also had this one in my queue, and I was like, well, shit. So I quite literally flipped a coin, and it landed. Sorry, be careful what you wish for. Samantha, but everybody calls me Sman. Sman. You guys got the jokes today. My name is Clarissa, she offered. I'm the Crystal Woman. Oh, you're one of them. I wasn't sure I heard the last part correctly. I puzzled over it, and then it slipped. Then I let it slip from my mind. It's not important information. It was late, I realized. Mom and Dad might already be home from work. If they weren't, my brother Ron was probably home, wondering where I was. A station wagon rolled towards us with its headlights on. I shielded my eyes from the bright lights and nearly dropped my bike again. The woman was still walking in the center of the street. I moved towards the curb so she could move out of the station wagon's path, but she didn't seem to care about it. She kept walking straight, her expression not changing, even though the bright headlights were in her face. Look out! I cried. I didn't know if she heard me. The station wagon swerved to avoid her and honked its horn as it rolled by. Well, she's old. She's like, I don't care. I've lived long. She's like, damn. I was so close. So close for it to be all of it at the end. You can't go full gay puppets. You gotta ease into it. Good point. I heard you face planted in class today. Word gets around in this tiny town. It's not like any of these towns ever have anything else to do except meth and bullying like a kid from the school. She smiled warmly at me as she kept walking. Oh, I was so close that time. So good of you to care about a total stranger, she said. The streetlights flashed on suddenly. Uh-oh! Oh, the streetlights came on and she's not at the house. Or at least she's not in the backyard or on the front pavement. You're in trouble. You're in trouble, kid. They made the wet street glow. The bushes and hedges and grass, the sidewalks, everything seemed to glow. It all looked unreal. Here we are. Oh, sorry. Here we are. This is Madison, I said, pointing to the street. Finally, I thought. I can't stand another story about how things were when she was a kid. I just wanted to say goodbye to the strange woman and pedal home as fast as I could. Lightning flickered, closer this time. What a dreary day, I thought with a sigh. Then I remembered Judith. The whole miserable day suddenly rolled through my mind again, and I felt a wave of anger sweep over me. Which way is east? The woman asked, her shaky voice breaking into my bitter thoughts. East? I gazed both ways on Madison, trying to clear Judith from my mind. I don't know, I'm 10 or 12. I don't know my directions, I pointed. The wind picked up suddenly, blowing a sheet of rain against me. I tightened my grips on my handlebars. You are so kind, the woman said, wrapping the shawl around her. Her dark eyes stared hard into mine. So kind. Most young people aren't like you. Thank you, I replied awkwardly. The cold made me shiver again. She handed me a tin that I thought was gonna be fucking cookies, but it turned out to be sewing supplies. And that was my gift for walking her. Oh, I was joking. I want to repay you. Oh, you really don't have to. I want to repay you, the woman insisted. She grabbed my wrist again, and again, I felt a shock of cold. You've been so kind to me, the woman repeated. So kind to a total stranger. When I was a little Crystal Gale when I was a little girl, Crystal Gale was topping the charts on the radio. When I was your age, we hid bullies' bodies deep in the woods. Suddenly ideas sparked. You gotta use one of those big rocks. Sneak up behind them when you don't know they're there. Or they don't know you're there. You can knit some cookies. You've been so kind to a total stranger, the woman repeated. I tried to free my wrist, but her grip was surprisingly tight. You don't have to thank me. Wow, you're real strong for like a 20 or 60-year-old woman. I want to repay you, she replied, bringing her face close to mine. Oh no! The old lady's gonna try to kiss you, Sam. Run. I tell you what, I will grant you 3 wishes. Now get in the van. Oh no. You fell for it, Sam. You fell for the old lady lost in the rain trick. It's the oldest trick in the book for kidnappers. Chapter 6. She's crazy, I realized. Well, she might not actually mean real, a real wish. She could just be saying, oh, I can help you out with something. Maybe lure a certain child into the woods. Nobody will ever find her, except maybe the mountain lions, the coyotes. I don't know what part of the country this is, assuming it's the U.S. I stared into those coal black eyes. Rainwater trickled from her hair down to the sides of her pale face. I could feel the coldness of her hand, even through the sleeve of my windbreaker. The woman is crazy, I thought. I've been walking through the pouring rain for 20 minutes with a crazy person. Honey, you were just fantasizing about murdering a schoolmate. I think, maybe I can lend you a handgun? Untraceable? The serial numbers filed down? Oh my god, they're outside. They won't shut up. It smells like a monkey house in here. God, I can't remember the last time I've been to a zoo. 3 wishes, the woman repeated, lowering her... I'm very slowly turning from an old lady into goddamn Clayface from Harlequin again. It's the only voice I can do. Besides, like, the southern one. 3 wishes. The woman lowered her foot. Now I can't unhear it. No, thanks. I've really got to get home, I said, tugging my wrist from her grasp and turned my bike. Wait. 3 wishes, the woman repeated. Anything you wish for shall come true. She moved the purple bag in front of her and carefully pulled something from it. It was a glass ball, bright red, the size of a grapefruit. It sparkled despite the darkness around us. That's nice of you, I said, wiping water off the bike seat with my hand, but I really don't have any wishes now. Please, let me repay your kindness. She insisted, raising the gleaming red ball in one hand. She's falling for the gleaming red ball. I'll grant you 3 wishes trick now. Her hand was small and pale as her face, the fingers bony. I really do want to repay you, but my mom will be worried, I said. Sam's already like halfway down the street. I said, glancing up and down the street. No one in sight. No one to protect me from this loot. I think you can overpower her. Like, she's an old lady, right? Maybe. Or 20. No one protect me from this lunatic if she turned dangerous. Just how crazy was she, I wondered. Could she be dangerous? Was I making her angry by not playing along? By not making a wish? It isn't a joke, the woman said, reading the doubt in my eyes. Your wishes will come true. I promise you. She narrowed her gaze. The red ball suddenly glowed brighter. Make your first wish, Samantha. The old crystal ball trick. I reached for the doorknob, but it was locked from the outside. I 3D printed it myself. She's twisty. That's a great age. Let's see here. I stared back at her, thinking hard. I was cold and wet and hungry and a little frightened. Those are bad combinations. I just wanted to go home and get dry. But what if she won't let me go? What if I can't get rid of her? What if she follows me home? How? She's an old lady. Just push her over. Again, I searched up and down the block. Most of the houses had lights on. I could probably run to the nearest one and get help if I needed it. But I decided it might be easier just to play along with this crazy woman and make a wish. Yeah, that's always the best idea with crazy people. Maybe that would satisfy her and she'd go on her way and let me go home. What is your wish? I've been standing out in the cold for like 20 minutes, you fucking kid. Her black eyes glowing red, the same color as the gleaming ball in her hand. She suddenly looked very old, ancient. Her skin was so pale and tight, I thought she could see her skull. I thought I could see her skull underneath. She had to be at least 30. Everyone knows how frail those 20-year-olds are. I froze. I couldn't think of a wish. And then I blurted out, my wish is to be the strongest basketball player on the team. Wow, she said. That's what you want? Not like $1 million or world hunger to be... Okay, alright. Stupid fucking kid. I don't know why I said that. I guess I was just nervous. And I had Judith on my mind, and all that happened that day ended up in a disaster at a basketball practice. So that was my wish. And of course I immediately felt like a total jerk. I mean, out of all things to wish for in the world, why would anybody pick that? But the woman didn't seem at all surprised. She's like, yeah, stupid kid wish. It's what I expected. She nodded, closing her eyes for a moment. The red ball glowed brighter and brighter until the fiery red radiated around me, and then it quickly faded. I think I actually remember this episode. I'm pretty sure that there was a Goosebumps show episode of this. Sorry, I'm just doing a very quick scan of you guys to see if there's anybody who popped in. Wow, you pester me for wishes and now you criticize me. Okay, wow, thanks. Rude. I turned around, I saw her chasing me in her old Studebaker. And at the last second, blackness. And then it quickly faded. Clarissa thanked me again, turned, tucked the glass ball back into the purple bag, and began walking quickly away. I breathed a sigh of relief. I was so glad she was gone. I jumped on my bike, turned around, and began pedaling furiously. She could have just said she was the best athlete. Then she would have just been great at everything. Don't have to pigeonhole yourself to just basketball. And I began pedaling furiously towards home. A perfect end to a perfect day, I thought bitterly. Trapped in the rain with a crazy woman. It's probably... I don't know. It sounds like it'd be kind of like a fun day. And the wish, I knew it was totally stupid, and I knew I'd never have to think about it again. Chapter 7. I found myself thinking about the wish at dinner. I couldn't get over the way the crystal ball had glowed that strange red color. Mom was trying to get me to take another helping of mashed potatoes. Oh, that sounds really good. I'm hungry. And I was refusing. They were the kind from the box. You know, the potato flakes or something. Potatoes en gratin? I like those too. Good. Oh no, she's talking about the instant potatoes. Okay, never mind. It didn't taste at all like real mashed potatoes. Sam, you've got to eat more if you want to go big and strong, Mom said, holding the potato serving bowl under my nose. Mom, I don't want to grow anymore, but it's high in protein. Sounds like the crazy woman part was the best part of her day. Yeah, exactly. I can't kill anybody, so don't ask. I can't make anybody fall. Can't go back from the dead. It's not a pretty picture. I don't like doing it. Sam, darling, honey, the crystal ball was from Spencer's gift. He got bamboozled. You think a 12-year-old from the 90s would recognize something from Spencer's gifts? I don't want to grow anymore, I exclaimed. I'm already taller than you are, and I'm only 12. Please don't shout, Dad said, reaching for the canned string beans. Mom gets home from work late and doesn't have time to make any real... Bitch, then make your own dinner. Mom's working all fucking day to bring money into the house to bring you food, and all you're doing is bitching and moaning because it's not real potatoes, that she doesn't have time to cook and mash, and she doesn't have time to get the fresh or the frozen green peas and cook them. They're canned. They're perfectly fine. Okay? You asshole. It's food. It's food. It's real food. God damn it. I was tall when I was 12, Mom said thoughtfully. She passed the potatoes to Dad. And then you shrunk, Ron exclaimed, snickering. I forgot. Ron's the brother, not the dad. And then you shrunk, Ron exclaimed, snickering. My older brother thinks he's a riot. Oh, maybe riot is what's gonna be the shoulda wished for a better dinner. Clarissa started loading her guns while studying the basketball team roster. There, you're the best person on the team. I just meant I was tall for my age, Mom said. Well, I'm too tall for my age, I grumbled. I'm too tall for any age. In a few years, you won't be saying that, Mom told me. When she looked away, I reached under the table and fed some string beans to Pumpkin. Aw! Pumpkin's their dog, a little brown mutt. He'll eat anything. They have a little garbage disposal dog. Those ones crack me up. Are there any more meatballs? Dad asked. He knew there were. He just wanted Mom to get up and get it for you. Thanks, dear. I can't do I can't do it. The sad, pathetic, what the fuck is that dog's name? Droopy? I was trying to do a droopy dog, but I don't think I can do droopy. Thanks, dear. He just wanted Mom get up and get it for him, which she did. Get your own fucking meatballs, Dad. How was basketball practice? Dad asked me. I made a face and gave a double thumbs down. She's too tall for basketball. That's not... Can you be too tall for basketball? Ron mumbled with a mouthful of food. Oh, so it's like a runs in the family thing. Basketball takes stamina, Dad said. Sometimes I can't figure out why Dad says half the things he says. I mean, what am I supposed to say to that? I mean, you're a kid. Kids got a lot of stamina. I suddenly thought of the crazy woman and wished I had... and the wish I had made. Hey, Ron, you want to shoot a few baskets after dinner? You know, in the pouring rain? I asked, poking my string beans around the plate with my fork. We had a hoop in the front of the garage and floodlights to light up the driveway. Ron and I play a little one-on-one sometimes after dinner, you know, to unwind before starting our homework. Your homework's not done already? Like, usually I would finish homework before dinner. Ron glanced out the dining room window. Did it stop raining? Yeah, it stopped about a half hour ago, I told him. It'll be real wet, he said. A few puddles won't ruin the game, Ron, I told him. Ron's a really good basketball player. He's a natural athlete, so of course he has almost no interest at all in playing with me. He'd rather stay up in his room reading a book. Any book. I've got a lot of homework, Ron said, pushing his black framed glasses up his nose. Just for a few minutes, I pleaded. I just need a little shooting practice. Help your sister, Dad urged. You can give her some pointers. Ron reluctantly agreed, but only for a few minutes, he said, and glancing out the window. We're gonna get soaked. I'll bring a towel, I said, grinning. Don't let Pumpkin out, Mom said. He'll get his paws all wet and track mud on the floor. Can't believe we're doing this, Ron mumbled. You're just going outside to play basketball, not rob a fucking bank, Ron. Chill. Sam adds her family to her family. Dad's the worst. He really is. I knew it was stupid, but I had to see if my wish had come true. Would I suddenly be a great basketball player? Would I suddenly be able to outshoot Ron? To actually throw the basketball into the basket? Would I be able to drip without stumbling? To pass the ball in any direction I wanted? To catch the ball without it bouncing off my chest? I kept scolding myself for even thinking about the wish. It's so dumb. So incredibly dumb. Just because some crazy woman offers to grant 3 wishes doesn't mean that you have to get all excited and think you're instantly becoming Michael Jordan or something. Still, I couldn't wait to play with Ron. Was I in for a big surprise? No. Sam later, Ron, rob Fort Worth with me. You had to fight yourself for not black flame candle. I did. Ron, fine, my sister's the worst. Chapter 8. Yeah, I was in for a surprise, all right. My shooting was actually worse. The first 2 times I tossed the ball at the hoop, I missed the garage entirely, and we had to go chase the ball over the wet grass. Ron laughed. I see you've been practicing, he teased. I gave him a hard shove to the stomach with the wet basketball. He deserved it. It wasn't funny. I was so disappointed. I told myself over and over again that wishes don't come true, especially wishes granted by crazy women wandering out in the rain. If anything, that would be more likely to be true, or more likely to be granted. Dad lost all the will to live decades ago. He has no joy to his life. Ever since the kids, it's just, now all he has is meatballs. All he has is those meatballs, Ronan. I mean, still, I couldn't help but get my hopes up. I mean, Judith and Anna and the other girls on the team were so mean to me. It would be totally terrific to come to the game against Jefferson Elementary tomorrow. Wait, aren't you guys middle schoolers? You can't win against middle schoolers? This is like the scene in Dodgeball where the dudes get their asses kicked by a bunch of children. And suddenly I'd be the star of the team. The star. Ha ha. Ron dribbled the ball to the hoop and made an easy layup. He caught his own rebound and passed the ball to me. Wow, everybody knows how to catch their own layup. Good for them. I shoved him towards the well. It sailed through my hands and bounced down the driveway. I started running after it, slipped on the wet surface, and fell face down into a puddle. Some star. I'm playing worse, I told myself. Much worse. He helped me up. I brushed myself off. Remember, this was your idea, Ron said. With a determined cry, I grabbed the ball, darted past him, and dribbled furiously to the basket. I had to make this basket. At least one. I had to. But as I went up for my shot, Ron caught up with me. He leaped high, raised his hands, and batted the ball away. Ah! I let out a frustrated shout. Oh, she's gonna go Super Saiyan. Back, did I miss something? Absolutely not. As always, you guys could leave for like the whole the Steamy Puppet Orgy. You can leave for half the book and it won't get started until like page 15 or chapter 15. Take that, second grader. He's like, in your face. Starts doing the you can't see me shit in front of her. I let out a frustrated shout. I wish you were only a foot tall, I cried. He laughed and ran after the ball, but I felt a tremor of fear roll down my body. What have I just done? I asked myself, staring into the darkness of the backyard, waiting for Ron to return with the ball. Have I just made my what stupid wishes? These are the worst wishes ever, even for a 12-year-old. I didn't mean to, I told myself, my heart thudding wildly in my chest. It was an accident. It's called a colloquialism. I didn't actually mean that. Have I just shrunk my brother down to a foot tall? No, I repeated over and over, waiting for him to reappear. My first wish hadn't come true, so there was no reason to expect the second one to. I squinted in the heavy darkness of the backyard. Ron, where are you? Then I gasped as he came scampering toward me over the grass, a foot tall, just as I had wished. I froze like a statue. I felt as cold as stone, and then, as the tiny figure emerged from the darkness, I started to laugh. Pumpkin, I cried. I thought you were my brother. I don't know why. How did you get out? I was so happy to see him, so happy it wasn't a tiny Ron scamp. That would have been hysterical. You can pick him up and put him in your pocket. Over the grass, I picked up the little dog and hugged him tight. Of course, his paws got me covered in wet mud, but I didn't care. I mean, you didn't shower after practice, so it's like you're all super sweaty. So what's some mud? Sam, you've got to chill. I scolded myself as Pumpkin struggled free. Oh God, let him go. Your wish about Ron couldn't come true because Clarissa isn't here with her glowing red ball. Yeah, that's the fault in her reasoning. Sam's kind of a loser, kind of. Wah. I love this doggy. Yeah, now I'm getting kind of worried though, because she's giving off serial killer vibes, and they interrupted a small dog that she can apparently hold while it's thrashing to get out of her arms. So I'm a little worried. You gotta stop thinking about these wishes, I told myself. It's just dumb, and you're making yourself crazy over them. What's going on? How did he get out? Ron cried, appearing from the side of the garage with the ball. Must have snuck out, I replied with a shrug. We played for a few more minutes, but it was cold and wet, and no fun at all, especially for me. I didn't sink a single basket. We finished with a foul shot competition, a short game of horse. Ron won easily, and I was still on the O. When a dog shows up in the story, it dies, so I'm worried too. I mean, I don't think we've ever... Take it back, I don't want to be a 1 foot tall gay puppet. I don't think R.L. Stine would have the audacity to do that in a kid's book. Or, well, his kid's book. I have read kids' books where they'd kill the pet, and I'd be like, why? Why? Let's see here. As we trotted back to the house, Ron patted me on the back. Ever think of taking up tiddlywinks? The fuck is that? Or maybe Chaparcheesy? I uttered an unhappy wail. I had the sudden urge to tell him why I felt so disappointed, to tell him about the weird woman and the 3 wishes. I hadn't told Mom and Dad about her either. The whole story was just too stupid. Yeah. We know we're reading along with you. But I thought maybe my brother would find it funny. I have to tell you about this afternoon, I said as we pulled off our wet sneakers in the kitchen. You won't believe what happened to me. Later, he said, pulling off his wet socks and tucking them into his sneakers. I gotta get up to that homework. He disappeared up into his room. I started to my room, but the phone rang. I picked it up after the first ring. It was Corey calling to ask how my basketball practice had gone this afternoon. Great, I told him this sarcastically. Just great. I was so fabulous. They're gonna retire my number. You don't have a number, Corey reminded me. What a friend. Judith tried to trip me in the lunchroom the next... Jesus Christ, what is wrong with this bitch? What? Did Sam attack Judith's family's village or something? Why is she so evil to her? But this time I managed to step over her outstretched sneaker. I made my way past Judith's table and found Corey nearly hidden in the corner near the trash baskets. He had already unwrapped his lunch and had a very... Oh, poor baby. Not grilled cheese again. I really am working hard today. Thanks, Rapuka. I exclaimed, dropping my brown paper lunch bag on the table and pulled out the chair across from him. Grilled cheese again, he muttered. And look at it. I don't even think it's American cheese. I think my dad tried to slip in cheddar. Cheddar is vastly superior to American cheese. American cheese, I'm sorry. I have not had real cheese in a while, but I remember American cheese being disgusting. Cheddar was where it was at, baby. Come on now. I opened my chocolate milk carton, then pulled my chair in closer. Across the room, some boys were laughing loudly, tossing a pink-haired troll doll back and forth. 90s troll dolls. It landed on someone's soup. Who the hell has soup in school? All right. And the table erupted in wild cheers. Aw, Peppa Chick. Hey, come on, tell us about your 5th DUI. You stepped out. Everybody's walking in. Won the O. Wishes don't take effect until after midnight. That's what I kind of figured what they were gonna do there. Yeah, that just sounds awful. No wonder it's all soggy and gross. His dad made his lunch. My dad left for cigarettes and never came back. Do you think he just makes them all on Sundays and then puts them in the freezer and then just sticks them in the microwave before he puts them in the bag? Like, there you go, kid. I marked it Monday. Let's see here. As I picked up my sandwich, a shadow fell over the table. I realized that someone was standing behind me. Judith, I cried, turning my head. She sneered down at me. She was wearing a green and white school sweater over dark green corduroys. God damn. Are you coming to the game? Are you coming to the game after school, bird? She demanded coldly. I set down my sandwich. Well, yes, of course I'm coming. I replied, puzzled by the question. Too bad, she replied, frowning. That means we won't have a chance of winning. Judith is... Goddamn. I'm going to start calling her Judy here in a second. Pal Anna suddenly appeared beside her. Couldn't you get, like, sick or something? She asked me. Hey, give Sam a break, Corey cried angrily. We really want to beat Jefferson, Anna said, ignoring him. Want to beat those little elementary school kids down. Smoked Gouda? Did she get a monkey's paw? See, I'm expecting all of them to snap their ankles or something. Anna said, ignoring him. She had dark red What? She had dark red lipstick smeared on her chin. What? Anna wore more lipstick than all the other 7th graders put together. Why is it on her chin? They both laughed as if I made a joke. Then they walked on. So no one's gonna address why Anna's lipstick is smeared and why she's wearing lipstick as a 7th grader to begin with? And why they're playing in elementary school instead of another middle school? Yeah, yeah, I don't like those either. From Spencer's Gifts. Found right next to the fake dog poop in the lava lamp. Yeah, these are the cool kids in school? Like, damn. I'll try my best, I replied through clenched teeth. They both laughed as if I made a joke and then walked off, shaking their heads. If only my stupid wish would come true, I thought bitterly. But of course, I knew that it wouldn't. Hold on, let me double check to see something. Okay. I figured I was in for more embarrassment and humiliation at the game. I had no idea just how surprising the game would turn out to be. Chapter 10. Oh yeah, I forgot to say I was on Chapter 10. The game felt weird from the beginning. The Jeffersons team was mostly 6th graders, and they were pretty small, but they were well coached. They really seemed to know what they were doing, and they had a lot of energy and team spirit. As I came trotting to the center of the gym for the opening tip-off, my stomach was fluttery, and I felt as if I weighed 1,000 pounds. I was really dreading this game. I knew I was going to mess up, and I knew that Judith and Anna would be sure to let me know just how badly I messed up and how I let the team down. So I was really shaky as the game started. And when in the opening tip-off the ball was slapped right to me, I grabbed it and started dribbling towards the wrong basket. Luckily, Anna grabbed me and turned me around before I could... Are there no other girls on this team besides these 3 chicks? Turned me around before I could shoot a basket for Jefferson. But I could hear players on both teams laughing, and I glanced at the sidelines and saw that both coaches, Alan and Jefferson's coach, were laughing too. What is happening? Fucking adults laughing at children. I don't... Alright. Everybody's picking... I was joking before, but everybody's picking on this child, laughing at her. God. This is how you turn Samantha into a forever 12-year-old. Like, you guys are assholes, all of you. I could feel my face turn beet red. I wanted to quit right then and there and go sink into a hole in the ground and never come out. But to my amazement, I still had the ball. I tried to pass to Judith, but I threw it too low, and a Jefferson girl stole it and started dribbling to our basket. The game was 10 seconds old, and I'd already made 2 mistakes. I kept telling myself it was just a game, but it didn't really help. Every time I heard someone laugh, I knew they were laughing at me, at how I started the game by running in the wrong direction. When I looked up at the score for the first time, it was 6-0, Jefferson. The ball suddenly came sailing to me, seemingly out of nowhere. I grabbed it, but it slipped out of my hands. The old lady's in the... she's in the bleachers going, "Oh, come on! I've been handing it to you! You can't even do the easiest things! Come on!" One of my teammates took it, dribbled it, and then passed it back to me. I took my first shot. It hit the backboard, a triumph for me, but it didn't come near the basket. Jefferson took the rebound. A few seconds later, it was 8-0. I'm playing worse than ever, I moaned to myself. I could see Judith glaring angrily at me from across the floor. I backed up, staying in the corner away from the basket. I decided to try to keep out of the action as much as possible. Maybe that way I wouldn't embarrass myself quite so much. After about 5 minutes into the first quarter, things started to get weird. The score was 12-2, Jefferson. Judith threw the ball inbounds. She meant to throw it to Anna, but Judith's toss was weak. The ball bounced to a short, blonde-haired Jefferson player. I saw Judith yawn as she ran after the girl. A few seconds later, the ball was loose, bouncing near the center of the court. Anna made a weak grab for it, but she seemed to be moving in slow motion. The blonde Jefferson player snatched it from her hands. Anna stood watching her, breathing hard, sweat running down her forehead. I had to stop and stare. Anna looked exhausted. We've only been playing for 5 minutes. Well, that's what she gets for eating all of her lipsticks right before the game. That's an after game activity, Anna. The Jefferson team dribbled all the way across the floor, passing the ball from girl to girl as our players stood and watched. "Let's go, Mustangs!" Judith cried, trying to rouse everyone. But I saw her yawn again as she walked to the sidelines to throw in the ball. "Come on, girls, hustle, hustle!" Ellen was shouting from the sidelines, her hands cupped around her mouth. "They're like 7! You can't beat a bunch of 7-year-olds! Jesus!" Get some cheese and hope and eat it. Aw. I hope it doesn't hurt your teeth, too. You suck. A wish can't even save you. I wasted a wish on you. Why is Sam even on the team? They said because she was tall and, like, the instead of just cutting her or her just not showing, because you had to have gone to tryouts, right? Just don't go to practice if you don't want to fucking be on the team. Thank you. That's what I keep saying, Crowley. Clarissa and the Chin are laughing in the stands. Oh, that movie. I loved that movie in I think it was junior high. That movie was that's on my list. I eventually want to talk about that fucking movie. And it's horrible sequels. Run, Judith! Don't walk! Look alive! Judith sent another feeble onto the floor. It bounced away from a Jefferson player. I scooped it up and started to dribble, running full speed. Just outside the key, I stopped, turned, and looked for someone to pass it to, but to my surprise, my teammates were still far behind me, walking slowly, exhausted, in my direction. As the Jefferson players swarmed around me, trying to take the ball, I took a shot. It hit the rim of the basket and bounced right back into my hands. I took another shot and missed again. Judith raised her hands slowly to catch the rebound, but the ball bounced right through her hands. She frowned in surprise, but didn't make a move to go after it. They all became geriatrics all of a sudden. I grabbed the ball, dribbled twice, nearly tripping over it, and shot. I guess she should have, again, she probably should have specified better. Mangler 2 would be a good, I'll have to look into that too. I've got a whole list of stuff I wanna talk about. I need to finish this video. I'm sorry, I've been kind of bad about it this past week, but I'm trying to wrap stuff up so I can quit this current job. So. Where did I go? Nearly tripped and shot. To my amazement, the ball bounced on top of the hoop, landed on the rim, and then dropped through. Way to go, Sam! I heard Ellen shout from the sidelines. My teammates uttered a weak yay. I watched them go after the Jefferson players, yawning and moving in slow motion as if they were in some kind of trance. Pick it up! Pick it up! What are these kids doing? I guess you shouldn't have given all the kids Ambien before the game. But her words didn't seem to help. Judith tripped and fell to her knees. As I stared in bewilderment, she didn't get up. Anna was yawning loudly, walking towards the ball, not running. My two other Mustang teammates also seemed to be wandering hazily in slow motion, making lame attempts to defend our basket. Jefferson scored easily. Judith was still on her knees, her eyes half shut. What on earth is happening? I wondered. A long, shrill whistle broke into my thoughts. It took me a while to realize Ellen had called a timeout. Mustangs, hustle! She shouted, motioning for us to cluster. I quickly trotted over to Ellen. Turning back, I saw Judith, Anna, and the others trudging over slowly, yawning, pulling their bodies with great effort. As Ellen shouted for everyone to hustle up, I watched them wearily approach, and then I realized to my amazement, my wish had came true in a kind of shitty way. I guess you really should have been more specific there, honey. What's the matter, girls? Ellen demanded as we huddled onto the sidelines. She glanced from player to player, examining each one with concern. Anna dropped down wearily to the floor, her shoulders slumped. It looked like she could barely keep her eyes open. Judith leaned her head back. Oh, yeah, she's definitely a djinn. Because, yeah, she... It's a very monkey paw. The lawyer from the sequel is quite the character. Oh, yeah, yeah. I want to rewatch those movies. Anna dropped down wearily to the floor, her shoulders slumped. It looked like she could barely keep her eyes open. Judith leaned her head back against the gym tile wall. She was breathing hard, and beads of sweat rolled down. What? She gave them all the flu? Thanks, Clarissa, I guess. Sorry, Lex, I didn't know I copied it. There was much rejoicing. Yay. I thought you girls were pumped for this game. There's no air in here, one of the players complained. I feel so tired, one said, yawning. Maybe we're coming down with something, Anna suggested, lipstick still on her chin. Do you feel sick too? Ellen asked me. No, I feel okay, I told her. Behind me, Judith groaned wearily and tried to pull herself up away from the wall. The referee, a high school kid wearing a black and white striped shirt about 5 sizes too big for him, blew his whistle. He signaled for us to get back out on the floor. Why are you listening to a kid? I don't understand it, Ellen sighed, shaking her head. She helped pull Anna to her feet. I just don't understand it. I really don't. I understood it. I understood it perfectly. Hello, Machete! Still didn't finish. It's fine. You didn't miss anything from the story. Let me tell you. You think it would be fun, but not not so much. Uh-oh. The Mustangs are about to get ready for the glue factory. Oh no. There was much rejoicing. My wish had come true. I couldn't believe it. That strange woman really did have some kind of magic powers, and she had granted my wish. I think she just spiked something like the Gatorade or something. And since they're all such assholes, they wouldn't let her have any. And the old lady's like, yeah, they're not gonna let this loser have any of the good Gatorade. They're gonna give her like the gross flavor that nobody likes. They keep the blue and the red. You get the other shit. A high school kid wearing a high school kid. They suck, Ellen. They're kids. What do you want from them? It later turns out Clarissa gave them all AIDS. Oh my god. That's so... Ooh, that's dark. I mean, not quite the way I imagined. I remember my words so clearly. I wish to be the strongest player on the basketball team. That meant I wanted the woman to make me stronger, a better player. Instead, she made everybody else weaker. Yeah, she knew what you meant. She's fucking with you. It's rat poison in the Gatorade, probably. I was the same klutzy player I'd always been. I still couldn't dribble, pass, or shoot. Yeah, actually, now that I think about it, even with the monkey paw answer, that's still bullshit. I still call bullshit. I scolded myself angrily as I trotted to the center of the gym floor. Wishes never turn out the way you want them to. When I reached center court, I turned back and saw Judith, Anna, and the others trudging onto the floor. Their shoulders were slumped, and they dragged their sneakers over to the floor as they walked. I have to admit I enjoyed it just a little bit. I mean, I felt perfectly fine, and they looked so weak and pitiful. Judith and Anna really deserve it, I told myself. I tried not to grin as they slumped to into their places, but maybe I was smiling just a little There it is. The referee blew his whistle and called for a jump ball to start things off. Judith and a Jefferson player faced each other at the center circle. The referee tossed the ball up. The Jefferson girl jumped high. Judith made a real effort. I could see the strain on her face, but her feet didn't even leave the floor. The Jefferson player batted the ball to one of her teammates, and they headed down the floor with it. I chased after them, running at full speed, but the rest of my team could only walk. Jefferson scored an easy layup. Come on, Judith, we need to catch them, I shouted, clapping my hands cheerfully. Judith stared dully at me. Maybe they all smoked a bowl before they started, and they're like, oh, bad idea. Same. Have you guys seen the cover art for the Icelandic No? Is it weird? Same Bangs. Wait, Same Bangs as me? They deserved it for making her drink the white Gatorade. Ugh. Satan. They totally deserved it. Her green eyes look faded. Are these kids gonna die? Whoever made white Gatorade should be committed to an asylum. I was really enjoying rubbing it in. Judith could barely bounce the ball inbounds. I picked it up and dribbled all the way down the floor. Under the basket, one of the Jefferson players, they're just gonna think that you were responsible for it, right? 2 foul shots for me. It took my slow motion teammates forever to make their way down the floor to line up. Of course, I missed both of my foul shots, but I didn't care. Let's go Mustangs! I shouted, clapping my hands energetically. Defense! Defense! I suddenly had become both a player and a cheerleader. I was really enjoying being the best player on the team, even though you guys are still losing. All right. Suddenly, watching Judith and Anna droop around and drag their bodies back and forth like tired losers was the biggest hoot. It was awesome. A real riot. We lost the game by 24 points. Woo! I am the winner. I am the winner. Judith, Anna, and the others looked glad it was over. I started to trot to the locker room to get changed, a big smile on my face. I was nearly changed by the time my teammates dragged into the locker room. Judith walked up to me and leaned against my locker, eyeing me suspiciously. How come you're so happy? She demanded. I shrugged. I don't know. I feel okay, same as ever. Sweat was pouring down Judith's forehead. Her red hair was matted wetly against her head. What's going on here, Bird? She demanded. I don't get it. Maybe you're coming down with the flu or something, I said, trying to hide how much I was enjoying this. This is great. I'm so tired, Anna moaned, coming up behind me. I'm sure you'll feel better tomorrow, I chirped. There's something weird going on here, Judith murmured weakly. She tried to stare hard at me, but her eyes were too tired to focus. See you tomorrow, I said brightly, picking up my stuff and heading out. Feel better. I stopped outside the locker room door. They will feel better tomorrow, I assured myself. They'll be back to normal. They won't stay like this, right? The next day, the bad news hit me like a ton of bricks. Chapter 12. Oh, the crowd all shouted, "Shut the fuck up, Sam!" while pelting me with rotten tomatoes. Witchcraft. Maybe that's like his weird thing. He really likes wet matted hair. He mentions it a lot. Yeah, he sure does. He's like, wait, I just learned this word, matted. Bird kept puking up blood. Help me. Blah. Chapter 12. Judith and Anna weren't in school the next morning. I stared at their empty seats as I made my way to my seat in the front row. Wait, how'd they trip you if you... whatever. I kept turning back, searching for them, but the bell rang and they weren't there. Absent. Both absent. I wondered if the other girls on the team were absent too. I felt a cold shiver run down my back. Were they still weak and tired? Too weak to come to school? I had a frightening thought. What if they never returned to normal? What if the magic never wore off? I mean, I imagine if they quit the team, they'd be fine, right? I can't tell if it's better or worse than Tarantino liking feet. Well, at least with Tarantino, that's adult feet. This is all kids. Then I had an even more frightening thought. What if Judith and Anna and the others got weaker and weaker? What if they kept getting weaker until they died? And it was my fault. Oh, you tried to kill her earlier. I felt cold all over. My stomach felt as if I swallowed a rock. My fault. All my fault. I never had felt so guilty, so horribly guilty in all my life. I tried to force these thoughts from my mind, but I couldn't. I couldn't stop thinking about that they might die because of my careless wish. I'll be a murderer. I told myself with a shudder. A murderer. Actually, she thought, off into the distance. A murderer. Maybe I can wear like a suit and a tie. I can rub my face until it's smooth. I can live in the woods and kidnap other asshole children. I saw my grandmother in the crowd flipping me off. Yeah, probably a bad comparison, Thanatress. Judith and Anna, what have I done? And the others, but I guess they're not named characters, so who cares with them? They're cannon fodder. At lunch, I told the whole story to Corey, and of course he just laughed at me. He had a mouthful of... he's actually eating it. Grilled cheese and nearly choked. "Do you believe in it? Is your blood too?" he asked. But I was in no mood for jokes. I was really upset. I stared down at my uneaten lunch and felt sick. "Please take me seriously, Corey," I begged. "I know it sounds dumb." You mean you're for real?" he asked, his eyes studying my face. "I thought you were kidding, Sam. I thought this was a story for creative writing or something." I shook my head. "Listen, Corey, if you had been at the girls' basketball game yesterday, you'd know I'm not kidding," I said, leaning across the table and whispered. "They were dragging around as if they were sleepwalking," I told them. "It was so eerie." "Yeah, Sam Bateman returns. "I'll be a murderer," she said with a slight smile. I was so upset my shoulders started to shake. I covered my eyes to keep from crying. Okay, let's think about this, Corey said softly, his funny crooked smile fading in a thoughtful frown. Finally, he decided to take me seriously. No, I think he thinks you're freaking crazy. I've been thinking about it all morning, I told him, still trying to force back the tears. What if I'm a murderer, Corey? What if they die? It'd be like the thing, like she's pretending to cry, and everybody leaves. She's like, maybe we'll be on Unsolved Mysteries, or maybe there was a carbon monoxide leak in the during the game, and for whatever reason, it just only hurt those girls. I mean, they were running around, like, probably sucking in more breaths from being out of breath, running back and forth, so. Sam, please, he said, still frowning. Judith and Anna are probably not even sick. You're probably making this all up in your mind. They're probably perfectly okay and playing hooky. No way, I muttered glumly. Oh, I know. His face brightened. We can ask Audrey. Audrey was the school nurse. Why does everybody go by first names here? It's so weird. It took me a while to figure out what Corey was thinking, but I finally did. He was right. When you were going to be absent, your parents had to call Audrey in the morning to tell her why. Most likely, Audrey would be able to tell us why Judith and Anna were not in school today. She probably wouldn't. Who died? Okay, who died during the game? Surprisingly, nobody, but the two asshole characters are not in school today. I jumped. I nearly knocking my chair over. Great idea, Corey, I exclaimed. I started running through the lunchroom towards the door. Wait, I'll come with you, Corey called, hurrying to catch up. Our sneakers pounded against the hard floor as we made our way down the long hall to the nurse's office. We found Audrey locking the door. She's a short, sort of chunky woman, about 40 or so, I guess. With bleached blonde hair pinned up in a bun on top of her head. She always wears baggy jeans and shaggy sweaters, never a nurse's uniform. Yeah, because it's not the 40s anymore, kids. I don't think I've ever seen a nurse in one of those old-fashioned nurses outfits ever. Like, not in any place I've ever been in a hospital anyway. Maybe it's different in different countries, but I mean, it's just scrubs. It's just normal scrubs. Lunchtime, Lunchtime, she said, stopping. Sina stopped beside her. What do they have today? I'm starving. Audrey, can you tell us why Judith and Anna aren't in school today? I demanded breathlessly. Because, you know, the names, those were the only Judith and Anna in the entire school. I was talking so fast, so excitedly, I don't think she understood me. Judith Bellwood and Anna Frost, I repeated, my heart pounding. Why aren't they in school today? I saw surprise in Audrey's pale eyes. She lowered her gaze. Judith and Anna, they're gone, she said softly. Chapter 13. Gone as in dead? What? I stared at her. My mouth dropped open in horror. They're gone? Gone for at least a week. Oh, well, goddamn phrasing, Audrey. They're dead. Dead tired from yesterday's game, eh? So when does her brother shrink and join the Lollipop Guild? I'm waiting to see if she's gonna have a tiny brother. Have disappeared. They what? I squeaked. She had trouble pulling the key from the lock. They went to the doctor, she repeated. Their moms called this morning. They're very sick. Both girls have the flu or something. They felt too weak to come to school. I breathed a sigh of relief. I was glad Audrey had been concentrating on the door lock so she didn't see my horrified look. Audrey hurried off down the hall. As soon as she was out of sight, I slumped against the wall. At least they're not dead, I moaned. She scared me to death. Why would she phrase it that way? It's like the fucking doctor from Arrested Development. Corey shook his head. Audrey scared me too, he confessed. See, Judith and Anna, God damn it, Judith and Anna just have the flu. I'm sure the doctors, they don't have the flu, I insisted. They're weak because I wished it. Call them later, he suggested. You'll see, they'll probably be much better. I can't wait until later, I said in a trembling voice. I have to do something, Corey. I have to do something to keep them from getting weaker and weaker until they shrivel up and die. Calm down, Sam. I started pacing back and forth in front of him. Some kids came hurried by on their way to their lockers. Someone called to me, but I didn't reply. We've got to get to class, Corey said. I think you're getting all worked up over nothing, Sam. If you just wait until tomorrow. She said I had 3 wishes, I exclaimed, not hearing a word Corey said. I only used 1, maybe 2, but at least I have 1 left. They're a little tied up, slowly pans to nooses. Jesus. I murdered them. I killed them. They are deceased. The nurse was either 18 or 95. It's just covering the motionless bodies with the sheet. Can we trust Sam's assessment? No, we cannot. We absolutely can. They're coming to heck me away. Hoo-ha, hoo-hee, hoo-ha. Ron will become the... That's what we're thinking. I don't know if they're... In fact, I would call shenanigans if that turned out. Just track her down. I was like, hey, you know I didn't mean that one. You know I didn't. Chapter 13. Sorry. Sam, Corey shook his head disapprovingly. I've got to find her, I decided. I've got to find that strange woman. Don't you see? I can wish to have... I'm just reading. I don't need comments from the peanut gallery. Just cut your grass. This idea was starting to make me feel a lot better. But then Corey brought me back down to my... Oh, she's like 3 wishes. My second wish can erase what the first one did. How are you going to find her, Sam? Chapter 14. What if she just turned... She turned Ron into a literal foot. Cleaning blood off her brother's wood chipper. Oh my god. I thought about Corey's question all afternoon. I barely heard a word anyone said to me. We had a vocab test near the end of the day. I stared at the words as if they were in Martian. After a while, I heard Lisa, my English teacher, calling my name. She was standing right in front of me, but I don't think I heard her until her 5th or 6th try. Are you okay, Samantha? She asked, leaning over me. I knew she was wondering why I hadn't started my test. I feel a little sick, I replied quickly. I'll be okay. I'll be okay as soon as I find that weird woman and get her to erase her spell. But where do I find her, I wondered. Where? After school, I reported to the gym for basketball practice. Don't you have more important things to do? Well, I can't just skip it. That would be not great. Everyone on my team was absent, so practice was canceled. Absent because of me. But again, she doesn't give a shit about the other members. It's just these 2 other characters that torment her. I trudged upstairs to my locker and retrieved my down jacket. As I slammed the door and locked it, I had an idea. The woods. Jeffers Woods. That's where I'll hide their body if they die. That's where I found Clarissa. I bet I could find her there again. Maybe it's her secret meeting place, I thought. Maybe she'll be waiting for me there. Of course she will. Old women don't have lives. She just kind of shouted her wish at Ron. Do you even need to find the old lady? I mean, we don't know if Ron's a foot tall yet. We have that reveal hasn't happened yet. Of course she will, I told myself, giving myself a pep talk. Why did it take me so long to think of this? It makes perfect sense. Of course it does. Humming to myself, I started jogging to the door. The hall was nearly empty. I stopped when I saw a familiar figure in the doorway. Mom! Hi, Sam, she waved to me, even though I was standing right in front of her, because it's just my mom. She had a red and white wool cap pulled over her short blonde hair, and she was wearing a tattered red ski jacket she always wears. She hadn't been skiing in years. She just liked dressing like a ski bum. Mom, what are you doing here? I cried, not meaning to sound so unfriendly as I did. I was eager to get my bike and ride to Jeffers Wood, and I didn't need her here. Didn't you forget about your appointment with Dr. Stone? She asked, waving her car keys in her hand. The orthodontist, today, but I can't. You have to, she replied sternly, tugging at the arm of her jacket, or arm of my jacket. You know how hard it is to get in to see orthodontist. Oh, okay. I was about to say, wait, she has why is she not wearing a mouth guard when she's playing these games? She doesn't have them yet. But I don't want braces. I cried, realizing I was sounding a little shrill, a little babyish. Well, you know what? I had braces, and braces sucked. They cut up the inside of my mouth because sidebar, when I first got my braces on, for whatever reason, they didn't put the protective, those little colored, I guess tiny little rubber bands. I used to know what they were called, but those little tiny rubber band things. And they just left sharp ass metal with no bumpers on them. And they're like, here's some, what was it? Wax. You can put that on there instead of, you know, the little buffer between the sharp metal things we just glued onto your teeth. And put it on, had it done on one day. The following morning, my jaw was so, like, it hurt so much. I could not chew bread. Like, I could not have, like, soft bread. I was just making bread, butter, and jam. I was just having that. Could not eat it. It just hurt too goddamn much. And by the end of the day, I was like this half the time. So I was like forced smiling. Because my mouth was all cut up because by the end of the day, the wax went, like, eventually, like, kind of, like, wore down, and I didn't have any more. They only gave me a little bit. It was ridiculous. Oh, yeah, so you guys know. Well, your dad doesn't want to get his prostate checked, and you don't hear him complaining. Well, I mean, Dad is hoping for something wrong with his prostate, so he can just go out fast. That's what he wants. Droopy Dog Dad wants to die. Whoa. Well, no, I was going to say that's a tongue twister, but D words are a little bit easier to say fast. Maybe you won't need them, Mom said, pulling me to the door. Maybe you can get by with just a retainer. We'll do whatever Dr. Stone says. But Mom, I can't go with you. My bike is here. I cried desperately. Go get it. We'll put it in the trunk, she replied without blinking. Without blinking? Uh-oh, Mom's been replaced by a robot. My Uncle Thumper had to take these big pills and drink lots. Had to take these big pills and drink lots of water. Braces were on the inside. They were on the inside? I've never seen that before. I've only ever seen them on the outside of the teeth. Oh. Dad's gonna have Dr. Slappy check his prostate. Oh, is he fighting with... Oh shit, what was Slappy's boyfriend's name? I can't remember what the other guy's name is. Hello, Devil Punk. No, I'm doing an afternoon one, just trying to make it a little bit easier for people from a very radically different time zone to be able to actually show up live instead of having to watch it in the archives. Was it Woody? I don't remember. Sweet death, I wait your loving embrace. Oh, sorry. Sweet death, I await your loving embrace. I had no choice. I had to go with her. Sighing loudly, I pushed open the door and hurried past her towards the bike racks. I found out I'm going to be wearing braces for at least 6 months. The horror. I had to wear mine from, like, God, I think from 7th grade to 11th. And the crazy thing is my teeth weren't even that crooked. I just had, like, some gap. Like, I had a gap between my middle tooth, or my two front teeth, and they were just, like, a little bit out, but they weren't bad. Slappy and punchy. But man, oh no, 6 months. Where'd I go? I found wearing for the next 6 months. I had another appointment with Dr. Stone the next week to have them put on. I suppose I should be upset about it, but it was hard to think about braces with Judy, Anna, and the other girls on my mind. I kept picturing them wasting away, getting thinner and thinner, weaker and weaker. I kept seeing this terrifying image in my mind. I was in the gym dribbling back and forth faster and faster, and Judith, Anna, and the others were lying, just the others, were lying flat on their backs on the bleachers trying to watch, but too weak to hold their heads up. That night after dinner, I felt I was feeling so guilty. I called Judith to see how she was feeling. Why do you have your school bully's phone number? I think it was the first time in my life I had ever called her. Mrs. Bellwood answered. She sounded tired and tense. "Who is this?" she asked. I had a sudden impulse to hang up, but I told her, "It's Samantha Bird, a friend from school." "Some friend?" I don't think Judith can come to the phone," she replied. "She's just so weak." "Did the doctor say what?" I started. "I'll ask Judith if she wants to talk," Mrs. Bellwood interrupted. I could hear Judith's little brother shouting something in the background, and I could hear cartoon music from their TV. "Don't stay on too long," she instructed. "Hello?" Judith answered in a faint little girl voice. "Oh, hi, Judith. It's me, Sam," I said, trying not to sound nervous. "Sam?" Again, a faint voice. "Sam Bird?" I stammered. "I was just wondering how you were feeling." "Sam, did you cast a spell on us?" It was Mr. Wood. "No, it wasn't." I gasped. How'd she know? Chapter 15. Judith? What do you mean? I sputtered. "All the girls are sick except you, Judith, or except for you," Judith replied. "Anna's sick and so is Arlene and Crystal." "Yeah, but that doesn't mean," I started. "So I think you cast a spell on us," Judith interrupted. Was she joking? I couldn't tell. "Hey, maybe you guys shouldn't be, sharing everything. Maybe not sharing your lipstick lunches and drinking from the same spot and sneezing in each other's mouths. Maybe it's probably bad. So, Sam, I'm dying. An old lady with a crystal ball angled me with a metal baseball bat." Your hair looks red. I think it's just like the I noticed that too in the reflect. I think it's just the way all the different lighting is bouncing off and it's reflecting as red. I noticed that too. I don't know why it does. Yeah, it's just lighting. "Well, I hope you feel better," I mumbled awkwardly. I could hear Mrs. Bellwood in the background telling Judy she should get off the phone. So I said goodbye and hung up. I was grateful it was a short conversation, but I couldn't decide if Judith was kidding or not about casting a spell. Her voice was really weak. She sounded so weary and lifeless. I felt angry that she accused me. Joke or no joke. But she's still... Tanya Harding did it. Oh, that's Clarissa's real name. I was like, oh, why are you mad? She's right. You're mad that she accurately accused you of something? Now I had to find a way to have the spell removed. Well, that's just suspicious, isn't it? If you let her up on the spell after she accused you of casting a spell. Like, oh, what a coincidence. Now you're not wasting away in hospice care. The next morning, 2 seats in my class were empty again. Judith and Anna were both absent. Because the school nurse told you they were going to be out for at least a week. At lunch, I asked Corey if he wanted to come with me after school to go searching for the strange woman. "No way," he cried, shaking his head. "She'll probably turn me into a frog or something." "Corey, can't you take this seriously?" I screamed. Several kids turned to look. "Give me a break," he muttered under his Orlando Magic cap. "Okay, I'm sorry," I told him. "I'm just really stressed out, you know, from possibly murdering my teammates. It's just a little stressful." He still refused to keep me company. He made up some lame excuse about having to help his mother clean the basement of bodies. This whole town is just filled with serial killers. That's going to be the real twist. After school, I jumped on my bike and began pedaling towards Jeffers Woods. It was a gray, blustery day. Enormous clouds rolled rapidly over the sky, threatening rain, maybe even snow. It's a lot like the day I ran into Clarissa, I thought. For some reason, that fact encouraged me. Some kids in my class waved at me and called out, but I rode past them. Wow, she's kind of even the people that call out to her in a friendly way, she ignores them. But I rode past them, leaning over the handlebars, shifting gears to pick up speed. A few minutes later, Montrose Avenue curved away from the houses that lined both sides, and the bare trees of the woods came into view. The tall trees formed a dark wall, darker than the charcoal sky above. She's got to be here. She just has to be, I repeated in rhythm, my pedaling feet. It's got to be here. Got to be here. My heart nearly leaped out of my chest when I saw her huddled at the edge of the road, waiting for me. Hi! I called out, hi, hey, hi, it's me, the girl that, wanted to be a good player, and then you kind of poisoned all my teammates. Do you have the antidote for that? Because I feel... I like her train of thought of this. I got sick. It must have been that twerp Sam in some kind of witchcraft. No way I'm getting some 24-hour bug. Scout for a good bear. I mean, kind of. That's what I'm getting at here. Chapter 16. As I pedaled closer, my heart pounded happily as I saw she had her back turned to me. She had changed her outfit. What? Yeah, is she under some impression that... Is she under some impression that old women don't change their clothes? It's just the one... You're only allowed one outfit once you turn 20 or 60. So, be careful. She changed her outfit. She was wearing a purple wool beret and a long black coat nearly down her ankles. I screeched my bike to a halt a few feet behind her, my tires skidding over the pebbly road. Hey, I need to make another wish, I called breathlessly. She turned and I gasped. I stared into a face full of freckles, a young-looking face framed by short, curly blonde hair. I'm sorry, what did you say? She asked, narrowing her eyes at me, her expression bewildered. Oh, I'm sorry, I thought you were someone else. It was a different woman. I felt so embarrassed. I just wanted, hey, why is this woman just standing looking out into the woods? She is dead. Had to leave. Did you? She's getting there. I saw it on the news this morning. Behind her, I saw two blonde-haired kids tossing a frisbee back and forth at the edge of the woods. Tommy, don't throw it that hard. Your sister can't catch it, the woman instructed. Then she turned back to me. What did you say about wishes? Are you lost? She asked, studying my face with concern. I knew I was still blushing, but I couldn't help it. No, I thought you were someone else. Tommy, go chase after it yourself, she shouted at her little boy. The two kids started squabbling. She hurried over to settle it. Well, lost child, whatever. My children are fighting. Sorry I bothered you, I called after her. Bye. I turned my bike around and started pedaling rapidly towards her. Wow. Curly and blonde, not wet. I know, right? I've been wearing the same underwear for 11 years. So she's not even going to check the woods. I was embarrassed that I had said such a stupid thing to a total stranger, but mainly I was disappointed. I really expected the strange woman to be there. Where else could she be? It's not like this woman would have a house. Wasn't she asking for a very specific area that you walked her to? I remembered that I showed her the way to Madison Road. Maybe, I decided, I'll get lucky and run into her there. It was a long shot, but I was desperate. I turned my bike around and made my way to Madison. The wind had picked up and my face began to feel cold and raw. I was riding against the wind. The sharp cold made my eyes water. Even through the blur, I could see that the woman was not hanging around on Madison, waiting for me to show up. Two mangy brown mutts trotted side by side across the street, their heads bowed against the wind. They were the only living creatures I saw. Aw, they're out in that cold, though. I rode slowly back and forth a few times, my eyes searching the rambling old houses of the neighborhood. A total waste of time. I was completely frozen. My ears and nose tingled from numbness. My watering eyes sent cold tears rolling down my cheeks. Give it up, Sam, I instructed myself out loud. The sky darkened. How much darker can this darkened sky get? The storm clouds hovered low above the shivering trees. Feeling miserable and defeated, I turned and headed home. I was pedaling furiously down the center of the street, trying to keep my bike upright in the gusting wind. I stopped when Judith's house came into view. It was a long, low, redwood ranch-style house set back from the street on, oh, that sounds so nice, on a wide, sloping front lawn. Maybe I'll stop in for a minute to see how Judith is doing, I decided. It'll give me a chance to get warm, too, I thought. That's what she really cares about. She doesn't care about this kid. She cares about getting warm. I reached up my hand to feel my nose, totally numb. Shivering, I rode up the driveway and lowered my bike onto the ground. Then, trying to rub some feeling into my poor nose, I jogged up to the walk and rang the bell. Mrs. Bellwood seemed very surprised to see a visitor. I told her who I was, and I just happened to be riding by. How is Judith feeling? Does she feel, like a spell was cast on her, maybe? She had Judith's green eyes, but her hair was nearly entirely gray. She led me into the hall. She's about the same. The house smelled of roasted chicken. I suddenly realized I was hungry. Judith, you have a visitor. Oh, wait, no, that's the other chick's voice. Mrs. Bellwood shouted upstairs. I heard a weak reply, but couldn't make out the words. Go on up, Judith's mother said, putting a hand on my shoulder. You look cold, she added, shaking her head. Be careful, dear. You don't want to get sick, too. It's freezing outside, lady. What do you want from me? It's maybe raining, too. I climbed the stairs and found Judith's room at the end of the hall. I hesitated at the doorway and peered in. The room was dimly lit. I could see Judith lying in bed on top of the quilt, her head propped up on several pillows. Oh, God. Books and magazines and a couple of school notebooks were scattered over the bed, but Judith wasn't reading. She was just staring straight. Oh, no. How's Judith feeling? Cold. Oh, Sam, nice to see you. I heard you face planted at school on Monday. I had a carrier pigeon tell her send it or be sent to me from the school. Stork? She cried, seeing me in the doorway. I entered the room, forcing a smile on my face. You're acting real guilty, too, Sam. Her wake is next Tuesday, so not good. What are you doing here? She asked coldly. Her voice was hoarse. I was just riding my bike, and I stammered, standing by the door. I was startled by her anger. Riding your bike in this cold? With great effort, she pulled herself into a sitting position. Leaning against the headboard, she glared at me suspiciously. I just wondered how you were. Why don't you just fly away, bird? She growled nastily. Huh? You are a witch, aren't you? She accused. I couldn't believe what she was saying. I was stunned, shocked. It was no joke. I could see clearly she was serious. You did catch a spell on us. I just know it. Judith, please, what are you saying? My flabbers are gasted that you would accuse me of such a thing. We did a unit on witches in social studies last year. Yeah, we study spells and things. No, the fuck you did it. You learned about the Salem witch trials. They burned women, not witches. Judith, you learned nothing. You watched The Craft and you thought you knew everything. That's crazy, I insisted. You were jealous of me, Sam. Of me and Anna and everyone else, Judith accused. So? I cried angrily. She's not going to beat these charges, I don't think. So all of a sudden, all the girls on the team feel weak and sick except for you. I love how she goes straight to, you're a witch, and not, you poisoned the team Gatorade. I am shocked. But sure, it's true. But to accuse me? How dare you accuse me of witchcraft? I contracted out. Look, Judith, listen to me, I pleaded. You're a witch, Sam! She screamed, her voice breaking and weak. She started to cough. Judith, you sounded like a crazy person, I insisted. I'm not a witch. How can I be a witch? Oh, this pointed hat that I'm wearing. It's just all the rage now. You've been sick at school. You don't know. It's just everybody's wearing it now. We had the same teacher from Hocus Pocus. We had Bette Midler. You're a witch! A witch! Judith chanted, her voice still a shrill whisper. I've talked to all the girls and they agree you're a witch. A witch. I was so furious I thought I'd explode. I had my hands balled into tight. Oh my god, is she gonna beat her to death? To be honest, I actually thought The Craft is a good movie. I'll stand by that. The Craft is a pretty decent movie. I haven't seen the remake. I've been kind of like, eh. In Salem, no one was burned. Oh yeah, that's true. Those were the trials, not necessarily the burnings. That was everywhere else. No, but they did get, was it drowned? Like a 3-year-old was placed in jail because they said her mom was a witch. Now we know why Sam has trouble with rain. Oh no! There was a remake. I'm pretty sure. Unless it's a unless did I have a fever dream? Was there not a remake of The Craft? Shit, maybe I crossed universes, and in my universe there was a Craft remake. You're a witch! A witch, she said. Or she continued to chant. I was so upset I totally lost it. Judith, I shrieked. I never would have done it to you if you hadn't been so horrible to me. Wow, really? God, she sucks. Why do we always have to follow, like, the worst of the worst characters? Maybe I was bewitched all those times I got sick as a kid. Oh, it's a sequel to The Craft Legacy. Oh, I got you. Okay, so I just misremembered it as a remake. I had just admitted to her that I was responsible for being. So what? She's gonna be dead, sweetheart. She's not gonna make it through the night. She can barely sit up without any effort. It's fine. I knew it. Judith croaked her hoarse voice, her green eyes glowing excitedly, pointing an accusing finger at me. What's going on in here? What's all this shouting? Judith's mother appeared in the room, her eyes flashing back and forth between Judith and me. She's a witch! She's a witch! Judith screamed. Judith, your voice, stop. Her Mrs. Pelwick cried, running to the bed. She turned back to me. I think she's delirious. She says such crazy things. Please don't pay attention. Witch! She admitted it! She's a witch! She admitted it right to my face! Calm down, Judith. You have to save your strength, Mrs. Bellwood pleaded. And I'm sorry, I'll you're right, I'll go. Witch! Judith, hoarse chant followed me out. I was so angry, so hurt and humiliated. I felt like I was about to explode. I wish Judith would just disappear. I really would. Bitch! Legacy sequels are all the rage. Yeah, I've noticed that. Shoves a pillow in Judith's. Oh, my dear friend, how could you leave me? Built a bridge over. He turned me into a newt. Or she turned me into a newt. I got better. Terrible British. I'm so sorry. Anybody want? Very well, I should grant you your second wish, said a voice behind me. Even though, it's kind of a stupid one. I spun around to see a strange woman standing at the side of the house, her long black hair fluttering behind her. She held a glowing red ball high. Her eyes glowed as red as the ball. I shall cancel your first wish, she said in her shaky... Oh! Wait! Does that mean I get another one? Wait, no, if you cancel the first wish, doesn't that mean this first wish, or the second wish is technically my first wish? I mean, come on. Sam never learned. She sure doesn't. She sure does not. I shall cancel your first wish and grant you your second. Chapter 17. No, wait! I cried. I think this woman is really fucking with Sam here. She didn't even make her brother 3 feet or 2 feet tall, but she's gonna make the whole child disappear. It's that 20-year-old pensioner again. Have you just been following me around, weirdo? The woman smiled and pulled her shawl over her head. Wait, I didn't mean it! I cried, running towards her. I didn't mean it! I didn't know you were there! Ow! My foot caught on the loose stone in the walk and I stumbled. I hit my knees hard. The pain shot up through my entire body and when I looked up, she was gone. After dinner, Ron agreed to play basketball out back. Wow, I guess she's real over it now. It's fine. It takes 24 hours to work, so it's fine. Holy crap, so now I need my third wish for clean underwear. Always consult a lawyer before making wishes from a strange woman in the woods. That's advice to live by. After dinner, Ron agreed to play basketball out back, but it was too cold and windy. A light snow had started to fall. We settled for ping pong in the basement. You guys have a basement too? Ping pong games in our basement were always difficult. For one thing, the ceiling is so low, and the ball was always hitting it and bouncing crazily away. Also, Pumpkin had a bad habit of chasing after the ball and biting holes in it. Ping pong is the only sport I'm good at. I have a really tricky serve, and I'm good at slamming the ball down my opponent's throat. Okay? I can usually beat Ron 2 games out of 3, but tonight he could see my heart wasn't in it. What's up? He asked as he tried to gag the ball out of his throat. Sweets for the sweet. So to end all the trouble, she just has a wish for the... I've been following you and my free candy, man. I just had to tell him about Clarissa and her red crystal ball and the 3 wishes. I was so desperate to tell someone. Well, he technically did, but he didn't believe you. I helped this strange woman a few days ago, I blurted out, and she granted me 3 wishes, and I made a wish, and now all the girls on my basketball team are going to die. Ron dropped his paddle to the table. His mouth dropped open. What an amazing coincidence, he cried. Huh? I gaped at him. I met my fairy godmother yesterday, Ron exclaimed. She promised to make me the richest person in the world, and she's going to give me a solid gold Mercedes with a swimming pool in the back, and going to make Spider-Man my best friend. He burst out laughing. He just think he's a riot. I think R.L. Stine just likes the term riot when referring to things that are really funny. Ah! I let out an angry, frustrated moan. And then I crossed my paddle with him and I tossed my paddle at him and ran upstairs to my room. I mean, that would hurt if it hit you. I get it. It's like Wishmaster, but the rules are stupid. Stupider. I slammed the bedroom door behind me and began to pace back and forth, my arms crossed tightly in front of me. I kept telling myself that I had to calm down, that it wasn't good to be this stressed out. But of course, telling yourself to calm down doesn't do any good. It just makes you more tense. I decided I had to do something to occupy my mind, to keep myself from thinking about Judith and Clarissa and the new wish I had accidentally made. My second wish. It's not fair, I cried aloud, still pacing. After all, I didn't know I was making a second wish. That woman tricked me. She appeared out of nowhere and tricked me. Yeah, that's the issue here. So it's just Wishmaster again. I stopped in front of my mirror and fiddled with my hair. I have very fine light blonde hair. It's so fine that there isn't much I could do with it. I usually just tie it in a ponytail. Is this information we need to know right now? You just wished one of your teammates to disappear. Tied in a ponytail on the right side of my head. It's a style I saw on a model that looked like me in 17. Oh, the magazine. I was like, in what? You're 12. Just to keep my hands busy, I tried doing something else with my hair. Studying myself in the mirror, I tried sweeping it straight. Is she gonna wish for better hairstyles? I tried parting it in the middle and letting it fall over my ears. It looked really lame. Excuse me? The fuck did you just say, Sam? Parting it in the middle and letting it fall over your ears looks great. Okay? I was very upset. Anyway, about my hair. She's gonna make me not an alcoholic, make my 6th wife come back and make my kids respect me. It's all good in fantasy land. The Wishmaster was at least funny. He was. I did enjoy. I like the actress that they got for the main girl. Even when I watched it when I was younger, I was like, this acting is not great. But again, she had to act across from the fucking Jinn, so it's a little tough to do. This activity wasn't helping. It wasn't taking my mind off of Judith at all. Jesus, I've been waiting for this person to text me all fucking day. Sorry, real quick. Hold on. I'm sorry. Everybody, hold on. I'm reading Goosebumps. It's all blurry. Why is my screen so damn blurry? I'm so sorry about that. I've been waiting for this person to text me all day because I needed to know something, and we're answering the phone and we're answering text. So it's one of those one of those people that will disappear for months at a time when you're trying to text them. And I'm not that much better because I have a, well, technically my apps don't warn me when I'm getting messages, so I end up forgetting about it and then checking Discord and not as frequently as I should be, or messages, so I feel like really bad. But I'm trying to be better. I've even started leaving, or like, that's what the one of the timers was to remind me to check Discord, and because I set that up yesterday, not to be confused with the song Wishmaster from Nightwish. The lawyer was the oh, now he's being maybe she's Shazam. Shazam. No, I'm reading. Oops. No, I am reading. Love Nightwish. I can't remember if I've seen that one or not. Let's see here. My big question, of course, was, had my wish come true? Had I caused Judith to disappear? As much as I hated Judith, I certainly didn't want to be responsible for making her disappear forever. With a loud moan, I tossed myself down on my bed. What should I do? I asked myself. I had to know if the wish had come true. I decided to call our house. I wouldn't talk to her. I just call her house to see if she was still around. I don't want to talk to her. She accurately accused me of something. It was very rude. Very rude. Why can't I just ignore my conscience about Judith dying? I mean, come on. She got your Doc Martin slightly dirty. Death penalty. Should have been dragged out in the street and shot. She's showing off that she can read. Just been faking it all these years. No, see, this right here, it's telling me just it's my niece is telling me what the words say. She wants, I mean, if there was a person who was tormenting me every single school day, every single hour, yeah, I would not be sad if she just vanished. Like, good. I hope she got kidnapped by an old lady with a red crystal ball the size of a grapefruit. I wouldn't even tell him who was calling, even though you kept... I looked up Judith's number in the school... What? I looked up Judith's number in the school... Wait! In the school list... directory? Sorry. In the school list directory. I didn't know it by heart. I only had to call it once. Were you able... I was never able, like, I sure hope that's not a real thing. I don't want random people to be able to look up other kids' numbers. My hand was shaking as I reached for the phone on my desk and punched in the phone number. The phone rang. 1 ring, 2 rings, 3 rings. Had she disappeared? 4 rings. Oh, it's chapter 18, sorry. 4 rings. No answer. She's gone, I murmured aloud, a chill running down my back. Before the 5th ring could begin, I heard a clicking sound. Someone had picked up the receiver. Hello? Judith! Hello? Who is this? She demanded. I slammed the receiver down. My heart was pounding. My hands were ice cold. Judith was there. She was definitely there. She hadn't vanished from the face of the earth, and I realized her voice had returned to normal. She didn't sound hoarse or weak. She sounded as nasty as ever. What did this mean? I jumped to my feet and began to pace back and forth. I couldn't figure it out. I only knew the second wish hadn't been granted. Feeling a little relieved, I went to bed and quickly fell into a heavy, dreamless sleep. Question, has this child ever bothered like showering or changing? Because it kind of seems like not. It kind of seems like this kid is real. It's just a picture book. Just pictures of birds. sorry. The friend I'm texting, I drive him crazy because I purposely bring up bird shit all the time. I told him I was reading a book. I said I was reading a spooky book. And it's just pictures of birds. My eye went to the clock above my desk and gasped. Nearly 10 after 8. I rubbed my eyes and looked again. 10 after 8? Huh? I cried, trying to clear the sleep from my eyes. Mom wakes me up every morning at 7. What happened? There was no way I'd be on time now. Hey, Mom! I shouted, Mom! I nearly jumped out of bed. My long legs got tangled in the covers. I nearly fell over. Great way to start the day, with a typical Samantha Klutz move. Hey, Mom! I shouted. What happened? I'm late. I blame you for everything, Mom. Judith, your grandma hates you. Click. Is your refrigerator running? We usually had lists of our classmates, mostly to get our homework. Oh, see, I had that in uni. Not so much in like elementary, middle, high school. At least, not that I'm aware of. I never had to utilize it, but... Not hearing a reply, I pulled my night shirt and quickly searched through the closet for some clean clothes to wear. Today was Friday. Oh, there we go. Today was Friday, laundry day, so I was down to the bottom of the pile. Anybody awake up right now? Or anybody awake? Dad leaves the house for work every morning at 7. I can usually hear him crying. That's how I know Dad's getting ready for work. Setting alarms? I know. I was like, why are you forcing your mom to put or pick all this shit up? Dad leaves the house for work every morning at 7. Usually I hear him moving around crying. This morning I hadn't heard a sound. I pulled on a pair of faded jeans and a pale green sweater. When I brushed my hair, staring at my still sleepy face in the mirror, is there anybody awake? How come nobody woke me up today? It's not a holiday, is it? I listened carefully as I tugged on my Doc Martens. No radio down in the kitchen. How weird, I thought. Mom has that radio tuned into the news station every morning. We fight about it. She wants news, I want music. But today I couldn't hear a sound. What's going on? Hey, I'm gonna skip breakfast. I'm late. No reply. I'm like, okay, whatever. They're all hiding. It's like, oh God, just let her go. She's the worst. She's caused a time paradox. I can't figure out what monkey paw shit this is. My brother's room is next to mine. His door was closed. Uh-oh, Ron. I thought, did you sleep late too? I pounded on the door. Ron, are you awake? Silence. Ron? The family moved while she was asleep. I usually hear Dad playing his morning Russian roulette with a semi-automatic. I hurried down... Oh, had Ron already left? Why had he made his bed? It would be the first time in his life he ever did. Halfway down, I hurried down the stairs. Halfway down, I stumbled and nearly fell. Klutz move number 2. What's going on? Is it the weekend? Did I sleep through Friday? The kitchen was empty. No mom, no Ron, no breakfast. Did they have to go somewhere early? I checked the refrigerator for a note. Nothing. Puzzled, I glanced at the clock. I was already late for school. Why didn't anybody wake me up? I pinched myself. I really did. I thought maybe I was dreaming, but no such luck. I ran to the front closet to get my coat. I had to get to school. I was sure this mystery would be cleared up later. I quickly pulled on my coat and ran upstairs for my backpack. My stomach was grumbling and growling. I was used to at least a glass of juice and a bowl of cereal for breakfast. Well, get like a cereal bar or something. I imagine your parents would do. Dad was just sitting in the car in the garage with the engine running. I couldn't hear Dad quietly working. She's gonna get chased by the Langoliers. Actually, yeah, that's kind of what it seems like it's gonna end up being. Oh well, I'll just buy an extra big lunch, I thought. A few seconds later, I headed out the front door and around the side of the garage to get my bike. I pulled up the garage door and stared. Oh my God. Thanatress, you win. I stared into the garage. My dad's car. It was still in the garage. Where is everyone? Chapter 19. Back in the house, I phoned my dad's office. The phone phone rang and nobody answered. I checked the kitchen again for a message from Mom and Dad, but I couldn't find a single thing. Glanced at the clock and saw that it was already... Well, fuck, leave! Just go! Why is she still here? I wasn't exactly frightened, I was more puzzled. I'll call Mom and Dad at lunchtime and find out where everyone went this morning. As I pedaled to school, I began to feel a little angry. They could have at least told me they were leaving. There were no cars on the street and no kids on bikes. I guess that everyone is already at school or work or wherever people go in the morning. Leaving my bike in the bike rack, I adjusted my backpack on my shoulders and ran into the school. The hallways were dark and empty. Wait, I dropped my coat in my... She doesn't think it's weird that she's late for school, but the school is dark. Entered the Twilight Zone. His noose was vacant. I told you, they packed up and left. The halls were kind of creepy when they're this empty. I pulled open the door to my classroom and stared in shock. Empty. The room was empty. No kids, no Sharon. The lights hadn't been turned on, and yesterday's work was still on the chalkboard. Weird, I thought. But I didn't know then how... Or maybe there was like a tornado warning, or they had to evacuate town and they had to make a Sophie's choice on which kid to take, and they're like, yeah, that's not even a difficult choice. Come on, Ron, let's go. I turned quickly and made my way to the auditorium at the front of the school, jogging down the corridor. The door to the teacher's lounge was open, and I peered in. It was empty, too. Maybe all the teachers are at an assembly, I thought. A few seconds later, I pulled open the double doors to the auditorium and peered into the darkness. The auditorium was also silent and empty. I pushed the doors shut and began to run down the hall, stopping into every room. It didn't take me long to realize that I was the only person. Really? It didn't take you long? I would say this took you like at least 2 hours. I felt a feeling of panic stir in my chest. I dropped a quarter into the payphone next to the principal's office and called home. It rang at least 10 times. Where is everyone? Can anybody hear me? I shouted, can anybody hear me? Hear me, hear me. I shouted, cupping my hands around my mouth. Silence. I suddenly felt very frightened. I had to get out of the creepy building. I grabbed my coat and started to run. I didn't even bother to close the locker door. Carrying my coat over my shoulder, I ran outside to the bike rack. My bike was... You just noticed your bike was the only one in the bike rack. I pulled on my coat and started for home. Again, I saw no cars on the street, no people. This is so weird, I cried aloud. My legs suddenly felt heavy, as if something was weighing them down. I knew it was my panic. My heart was pounding as I searched desperately for somebody on the street. Halfway home, I turned around and headed my bike to town. The small shopping district was just a few blocks north of school. I rode to the center of the street. There was no reason not to. No cars or trucks appeared in either direction. The bank came into view, followed by the grocery store. As I pedaled as hard as I could, I noticed all the shops lined up on both sides were empty. Not a soul in town, not a person in any store. Yeah, they saw an opportunity to leave, specifically you, alone in this town. They're doing a oh shit, what was that? Fuck, what was that movie called? I know it was called Omega Man. What was the movie? I Am Legend. They're pulling an I Am Legend on her. Oh, it's even funnier if it's the Rapture and she's the only one. Sorry, my back hurts from kind of slumping forward. And she's the only one. Like, wow, even God thought you sucked, Samantha. It must be Ignore Samantha Day. Or ignore, like, oh shit, they even took the dog. I didn't even think about Pumpkin. She woke up in Silent Hill. I mean, she did murder her classmate, so I'm sure Alyssa called her there. Standing in the center of the street, staring at the dark stores and the empty sidewalks, I knew I was alone. Alone in the world. I suddenly realized my second wish was granted. Judith had disappeared, and What? That's not even... I'm sorry. There's no way to twist that. Judith had disappeared, and everyone else had disappeared with her. Everyone. Mom and Dad, Ron, everyone. What? I slumped down on the cement stoop in front of the barber shop. Now what? I wondered. Even the aquarium was empty. Pyramid Head does that thing. He like walks. He's like this. His giant head. Are we supposed to like her? I think so? Question mark. I mean, I think he tries to write, you know, kids, 12-year-olds are egocentric and they're very, very me, and they're supposed to be. They're kids. But not everyone is a very woe is me like old Samantha here. How come Judith gets to take everyone with her? That's a great question. She looks up again, and even Pyramid Head was allowed in heaven. It's just this little pyramid sitting there. Judith is everyone. Everything is Judith. Hope is what keeps us alive. Even my pet rock ran away from me. Chapter 20. I don't know how long I sat there on the stoop hugging myself, my mind in a total spinning panic. I would have sat there forever listening to the banging shutter, listening to the wind blow through the deserted street if my stomach had started to growl. Ugh, I'm hungry and there's nobody around here to make me lunch or breakfast. Sam, you're all alone in the world. How can you even think about eating? I asked myself. Excuse me? Now you can have whatever you want. This is exactly what a 12-year-old would love. Just eat pizza and hamburger and french fries and more hamburgers and candy and ice cream. And then you get really bad stomach aches. Let's see here. I'm starving! I shouted. I listened for a response, hoping somebody would come out and feed me. This is all Judith's fault, I muttered, picking up my God, she's the worst. Not even my imaginary friend. As I passed the Carter's house on the corner block, I expected their little white terrier to come yapping at my bike like they always did. But there weren't even dogs left in this world. Not even my poor little Pumpkin. Not even Pumpkin wanted to be near you. There was just me, Samantha Bird, the last person on Earth. As soon as I got home, I rushed into the kitchen and made myself a peanut butter sandwich, gobbled it down and stared at the open peanut butter jar. It was nearly empty. How am I gonna feed my... You drove? You rode past a fucking grocery store, Samantha. You are the most helpless 12-year-old. Do I just take the... Oh, do I rob the grocery store and just take the food I need? Is it really robbing if there's nobody there? If there's no one ever there? Does it matter? Does anything matter? How do I take care of myself? I'm only 12. Bitch. My mirror broke itself. Well, she is now the best basketball player in the whole world. You got that? You got me there, Lex. This is all Judith's fault. If Judith hadn't made fun of me, it hadn't tried to embarrass me, if Judith hadn't constantly sneered at me and said, Bird, why don't you fly away? And all the other horrible things she did, this never would have happened. I would never would have made any wishes about her, and I wouldn't be all alone. I hate you, Judith! I screamed. I jammed the last section of the sandwich in my mouth, but I didn't chew. I froze and listened. I thought she was gonna start choking. Everyone's ducking out of sight. That's what I'm thinking. Is what... The dog is glancing out the window so he can avoid seeing. I heard footsteps. Someone's walking in the living room. Oh, it's probably the lady. Chapter 21. I swallowed the sandwich and I swallowed the rest of the sandwich whole and went tearing into the living room. Were they back? No. I stopped in the living room doorway when I saw Clarissa. She was standing in the center of the room, her black hair reflecting the light from the front window, a pleased smile on her face. She just really likes fucking with obnoxious children, I guess. Yeah, that's a good point. You can do anything. At least have some fun while you're the only person there. I mean, it sucks there's not at least any animals to hang out with. But you just I got stuffed animals. They're like the second best. Like little stuffies. You! How did you get in? She shrugged. She's like, you left the front door open, moron. Why did you do this to me? I shrieked, my anger bursting out. How could you do this to me? Me! Samantha Bird! The best basketball player in the world now! Second, honey. You haven't seen my shots yet. Half quarter, baby. She walked to the window. Oh, I didn't, she replied quietly. She walked to the window in the bright afternoon sunlight. But But, I sputtered, too furious to speak. You did it, she said, her smile fading. You made the wish. I granted it. I didn't wish for my family to disappear, you fucking liar, she screamed. I didn't wish for everyone in the world to disappear. You wished for Judith Bellwood to disappear, Clarissa said, adjusting the shawl on her shoulders. I granted the wish the best as I knew how. She scattershot it, I guess. You may be, oh, that's a good one. You may be Samantha Bird, but you're no Larry. Is this where Clarissa explains it all? God damn, you guys have some really good ones. You're no Larry Bird. No, you tricked me, I insisted angrily. Magic is often unpredictable, she snickered. I figured you would not be happy with your last wish. That's why I've returned. You have one more wish. Would you like to make it now? Yes, I exclaimed. I want my family back and all the people back. Be careful, she warned, pulling the red glass ball from... Think carefully before you make your final wish. I am trying to repay your kindness to me. I do not want you to be unhappy with the results of your wish. I started to reply but stopped. She was right. I had to be careful. All the things that she could wish for, God, she wasted them. So lame ass. Take your time, she urged softly. This is your final wish, and it shall be permanent. You wish I had a pumpkin for a head. Shit. What? Why would you... Why? Out of all things to wish for. I stared into her eyes. They turned from black to red, reflecting the red glow of the ball in her hand, and I thought as hard as I could. What should I wish for? Chapter 20... Wait, how many chapters? Is it normally... It's normally 25, right? Yeah, it's 25. Okay. Chapter 22. The light from the living room faded as clouds rolled over the sun. Lines creased... As the light dimmed, the old woman's face darkened. Deep black ruts formed under her eyes. Lines creased her forehead. She seemed to sag in the wind, in the shadows. Jeez. Here's my wish, I said in a trembling voice. I spoke slowly and carefully, and considering each word. I'm listening, she whispered, her face completely covered by shadow except for her eyes glowing red as fire. Here is my wish, I repeated carefully. I wish for everything to return to normal. I want everything to be exactly the way it was, but I hesitated. Should I finish this part of it? I want everything to be the way it was, but I want Judith to think I'm the greatest person who ever lived. Sure, I will grant you this third wish. She raised her glass ball up. Your second wish will be canceled. Time will go back up this morning. Goodbye, Samantha. You really wasted this old woman's time. Goodbye, I said. I was swallowed up by a radiating red glow, and then it faded. Clarissa had vanished. Sam, rise and shine. My mother's voice floated up to my room from downstairs. I sat straight up in bed, instantly awake. Mom, I cried happily. I remembered everything. I remembered waking up in the empty house, in the empty world, and I remembered my third wish. What a stupid... Yeah, seriously. A pumpkin-headed skeleton bride. Good morning, I cried happily, hugging Pumpkin, who seemed just as startled. Is Dad home? I was so eager to see him, too. He left a few minutes ago, but weirdly I didn't hear the garage door open. Oh, Mom, I exclaimed. I could conceal my happiness and hugged her. Whoa, I heard Ron enter the kitchen behind us. I turned to see him staring at us. He's... Ew, hugging Mom. You're a girl, gay. Because it's the 90s and it's okay to do or say that. I turned to see him staring at me, his eyes narrowed in disbelief. I ran over and hugged him too. Mom, what'd you put in her orange juice? He demanded. Let go of me. Mom shrugged. Don't ever ask me to explain your sister, she replied. We were so close, guys. We were so close to escaping, and then she made that stupid third wish. Everything is normal, I told myself. Everything is wonderfully normal. I opened the front door to to the school to the sounds of crashing locker doors and shouting kids. Great! I cried out loud. A sixth grader came tearing around the corner and bumped right into me, practically knocking me over, and I just smiled. I was so happy to be back in school, back in crowded, noisy school. Good morning, Sam. I heard you face planted at work last week. Dad's downstairs. Oh. She's gonna see that she had a lobotomy. Oh, God. Oh, my God. This is good. You guys are coming up with much better twists. And by the way, I don't believe Dad's still alive. We haven't seen him since that night with the meatballs. I think Mom killed him and she's just making excuses for him. As I started to take... everyone... I said good morning to Mrs. Reynolds. Why does the principal get, like, the Mrs. in front of her name? Hey, Stork, a 7th grade boy called to me. He made a funny face and disappeared. Oh, I see what the twist is. Disappeared around the corner. I didn't care. I didn't care what anybody called me. The sound of so many voices was wonderful. As I started to take my coat off, I saw Judith and Anna arrive. They were busy chatting, both talking at once, but Judith stopped when she saw me. Hi, Judith, I called wearily. What would she be like now? Would she treat me differently? Any nicer? Would she even remember how we used to hate each other? Judith gave Anna a small wave and hurried over to me. Morning, Sam, she said. I smiled. Then she pulled off her wool cap and I gasped. Chapter 23. Judith, your hair, I cried in astonishment. Do you like it? She asked, staring at me eagerly. She had cut it shorter like mine, and she's gonna sing a white female. The meatballs, he left for heaven. Why is Dad... His meatballs on his plate were poisoned. Do you like it? It's just like yours, I guess. She breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. Oh, I'm so glad you like it, Sam, she cried gratefully. It looks just like yours, doesn't it? Or did I cut it too short? Do you think I should have cut it, or should have left it longer? She studied my hair. I think yours might be longer. No, it's great, Judith, I told her, backing away from her. Of course it's not as good as yours. Just Marcia. My hair just isn't as pretty as yours. It just isn't as fine, and the color's too dark. I don't believe this, I thought. It looks good, I said softly. I pulled my coat off and hung it on my locker, and then I bent to pick up my backpack. Oh, no, let me carry that, Judith insisted. She grabbed it out of my hand. I really don't mind, Sam. Wow, do you like my new hair? It covers my cranial surgery scars. Morning, Sam. Was it you who just face planted in the hallway? I really don't mind, Sam. I started to protest, but Anna interrupted. What are you doing? She asked Judith, flashing me a cold glance. Let's go to class. Oh, go on without me, Judith replied. I want to carry Sam's backpack for her. Are you totally losing it, Judith? It's been a weird week here at school. Judith ignored her question and turned back to me. I love that t-shirt, Sam. It's ribbed, isn't it? Did you get that at the Gap? That's where I got mine. Look, I'm wearing one just like yours. Oh my god, your skin is so soft. My skin is not as soft as yours. Oh no, it's Buffalo Biller. And Judith, what's your problem? What did you do with your hair? She cried suddenly, noticing the new style. Doesn't it look just like Sam's? Judith asked her, flipping it. Anna rolled her eyes. Judith, have you gone psycho or something? Oh, the flu cooked my brain. She's all I can think about. Something about a witch. Oh my god, do you ever see The Worst Witch? It's my favorite movie because I know it's Sam's favorite movie too. Give me a break, Anna. Or Anna, whatever, Judith replied. I'd like to talk to Sam, okay? Anna knocked on Judith's head as if knocking on a door. Anybody home? See you later, okay? Judith said impatiently, pushing Anna away. Anna sighed and walked away angrily. Then Judith turned back to me. Can I ask you a favor? Yeah. Sure, I replied. What kind of favor? Can you give me your teeth? She hoisted her backpack over her shoulder. Would you help me work on my foul shot at practice this afternoon? I wasn't sure I heard Judith correctly, and I stared at her. Would you? She pleaded. I'd really like to try shooting fouls your way. You know, underhanded. I bet I have a lot more control shooting them underhanded the way you do. This was too much. Too much. Sam, you smell wonderful today. Wow, Sam, that was an awesome face plant. You're the coolest. Make sure you keep your windows unlocked so I can sleep in your bed. We can spoon. Do you want to be the big spoon or the little spoon tonight? Because I love being the little spoon, but I'll be the big spoon if you prefer to be the little spoon, you know? Can I use your skin to make a Sam suit? Fruits. Oh, yeah. She's real pretty, too. I like her. I need your hair for personal use. As I stared at Judith, I saw absolute worship in her eyes. Okay, I'll try and help you, I told her. Oh, thank you, Sam, she cried gratefully. You're such a pal. And do you think I could borrow your social studies notes later? They make so much more sense than mine. Well, I said thoughtfully, my notes were so bad, even I couldn't make them out. I'll copy them over and get them right back to you, I promise. It's gonna get to the point where we're cutting to her with a shaved head in one of those straight jackets. It's like, you're so beautiful. I wish I was just like you. I want to crawl inside you. I want to literally crawl inside and live with you, Sam. Live inside you. Where did you get your Doc Martens? She asked as we entered the room. I want a pair just like yours. What a laugh. It's not me. It's the crazy girl, Judith. The change in Judith was absolutely hilarious. It was all I could do not to burst out laughing. Little did I know that my laughter would quickly turn to horror. Yeah, because she wants to wear you like a skin suit. Look, Sam, I'm chewing the piece of gum you put on your desk. Chapter 24. It started to get really embarrassing. Judith would not leave me alone. Look, you like my nails? I saw you clipping your nails, so I picked them up off the ground and out of the trash, and I glued them onto mine so they're more like yours. What do you think, huh? What do you think? Can I shave your head and use the hair to make my Sam shrine? Oh my god! She's gonna make a hair doll out of Sam's hair. Sam, check out my new tramp stamp. It says Sam, I added your blood to the ink. She got wild eyes. She hung around me wherever I went, and when I got up to sharpen my pencil, she followed me and sharpened hers. My throat got dry during a spelling test, and I asked Lisa if I could run out to the water fountain, and she followed me. My throat gets always dry like yours, she explained, faking a cough. At lunch, I took my usual place across the table from Corey. I had to start telling him about Judith's new attitude when she appeared at our table. Could you move down a seat? She asked the kid next to me. I want to sit next to Sam. Sit so close to you. The kid moved and Judith dropped her lunch next to the table and took her seat. Would you like to trade lunches? Yours looks so much better than mine, Sam. I was holding a mushed up tuna fish sandwich. This? I asked. Waving it, half the tuna fell out in the soggy bread. Yum! Judith explained. Here, I see you got some on your hands. You're gonna, just look. Is this a hair doll? I didn't make that. It fell out like that. God, I love slackers. Cool Ethan was. I never remember. Jason Schwartzman's name. I always refer to him as Cool Ethan because I always forget his goddamn name. Want my pizza, Sam? Here, take it. She slid her tray in front of me. You bring the best lunches, Sam. I wish my mom packed all my lunches like yours. I could see Corey staring at me across the table, his eyes wide with disbelief. I couldn't believe it either. All Judith wanted was the world to be exactly like me. A few tables away near the wall, Anna sat by herself, staring daggers at me. She looked really glum. After lunch, Judith followed me to my locker. She helped me pull out my books and notebooks and asked if she would carry my backpack again. At first I thought this was really funny, but now I was starting to get annoyed and embarrassed. I saw kids laughing at us. 2 boys in my class followed us down the hallway snickering. 2 other kids talked about Judith and me in the hall. Uh-oh, it's the 90s, which means they're gonna start spreading a rumor that you're gay. Because it's the 90s and you can't just be really good friends with somebody. Well, this isn't really friends. This is more like stalkerish. You can't be close friends with somebody of the same sex, otherwise you're gay. And if you're really close friends with the opposite sex, well, clearly you guys are dating secretly. No such thing as friends in middle school. Are you kidding? Oh no! Are you getting braces? Judith asked me as we made our way back to the classroom. Somebody told me you were getting braces. I think they would look so good on you. Yeah, I'm getting them. Oh my god, then I want to get them too. I think we could be like twins. Let me pre-chew your food. Suddenly this book got good. Sometimes there's like a chapter or two that's pretty damn fun. After school, I hurried to the gym expecting to have basketball practice, and all the excitement over the wishes I'd forgotten we had an actual game this afternoon. Oh no. The girls' team was from Edgemont Middle School and was already on the floor warming up. Most of their shots were dropping in. They were big, tough-looking girls. We had heard that they were a really good team, and they all looked like it. I changed quickly and hurried out of the locker room. My teammates were huddled around Ellen for last-minute instructions. As I jogged over to them, I crossed my fingers on both hands and prayed that I wouldn't make too big a fool of myself in the game. Judith grinned at me as I joined the huddle. Then she practically embarrassed me out of my Reeboks by shouting, "Here she is! Here comes our star!" I don't need to follow you home, Sam. I already know exactly where you live. Anna and the other girls laughed, but their smiles quickly faded when Judith interrupted Ellen to announce, "Before the game starts, I think we should name Sam the team captain." "You're joking," Anna cried. The few other girls laughed. "Our best player should be captain," Judith continued in all of her seriousness. "So it should be Sam, not me. All in favor, raise your hand." Judith shot her hand up in the air, but nobody else did. "What's your problem?" Anna asked nastily. "What are you trying to do, Judith? Ruin our team?" Judith and Anna got into an angry shouting match over that, and Ellen had pulled them apart. Ellen stared at Judith as if she lost her mind. Judith, you're usually such a cunt. Why are you so nice all of a sudden?" What happened? Oh my gosh. Sorry, oh, you have a fever? You have a fever? I'm telling you that fever cooked her brain. Let's just worry who's captain later and just go out there and play a good game. The game was a disaster. Judith copied everything I did. If I tried to dribble, then she'd try to dribble. If I threw a bad pass that was intercepted by the other team, Judith would also throw a bad pass. When I missed, Judith did the same thing, deliberately missing the next time she had the ball. If it was one flub after another, doubled by Judy, copying me. The whole time she kept clapping and shouting, cheering me on. "Way to go, Sam! Nice, Sam! You're the best, Sam! What do you smell like right now?" What kind of shampoo do you use, Sam? Sam. Sam, you changed your locks, but don't worry. I'll find a way in. I always do. She's like a psycho ex. It was so obnoxious. And I could see all the girls on the other team snickering at us and laughing out loud when Judith fell headfirst into the bleachers just because I did it a few plays before. "You're deliberately messing up," Anna accused Judith about halfway through the game. "I am not," Judith replied. "Are you copying that clumsy ox?" I heard Anna demand. Judith grabbed her and knocked her down, and they began wrestling angrily on the floor, screaming and tearing at each other furiously. It took Ellen and the referee to stop the fight. Both girls were given harsh lecture about sportsmanship. Oh, now they're getting lectures about sportsmanship, not when all of them were like mocking and purposely sabotaging Sam and shit like that. "Me and my daddy's shotgun says Sam's captain." Rex shotgun. Oh, Sam, I would be so sad if you died before me, so let's go together. You know that cupcake you just ate? Well, I have one here too, and they're both poisoned, Sam. They're both poisoned. I just can't say. Hopefully we'll be buried together. That's my last wish. This is... Okay, all right, what do? I made my 3 wishes. Now I'm stuck with Judith following me around, hanging on my every word, constantly praising everything I did like a lovesick puppy, and being an unbelievable pest. She's like, well, shit, she's like, I long for the day when they made fun of me in front of the whole class, when she followed me around and called me Bird. "Why don't you fly away, Bird? Why don't you fly away?" What can I do? My 3 wishes were up. We lost the game by 15 or 16 points. I wasn't paying attention. I was trying to not... She was trying to get spit directly out of my mouth. And I found Jim go sniff. It was kind of tough. When I trudged into the locker room to change, Judith was waiting for me and handed me a towel. "Good game," she cried and slapped my ass. I We can only gape at her. We should study together after dinner, she said, with pleading eyes. Please, you can help me with my algebra. You're so much better at it than I am. You're a real genius when it comes to algebra. Luckily, I had to go with my parents to visit my aunt after dinner, which gave me a good excuse not to study with Judith. Oh, that's okay. I already know where your aunt is. I already know where your aunt lives. In fact, I'll be there. I'll be waiting right next to you. I'll be sitting right next to you. We can have your aunt's spaghetti. I'm allergic to garlic, but for you, I'll eat it. I'll make sure to bring an extra EpiPen. Because I love you, Sam. We're best friends. Aren't we best friends? Tell me we're best friends. Tell me we're best friends, Sam. Sam. Oh no, Crowley, no! They're 12. Sam, I heard your dad died. I wish your dad would die the exact same, or I wish my dad would die in the exact same way. What was it? A noose. Oh, a suicide. Oh, I'm so sorry. What type of knot was that? Was fisherman's knot? What's the strongest one? I wish I could be your aunt. My aunt wasn't feeling well, and the purpose of our visit was to cheer her up. I'm afraid I didn't do a very good job. I barely said a word. I couldn't stop thinking about Judith, my stalker. What could I do? I could get angry and tell her to leave me alone, but would that even help? I had wished her to think I was the greatest person who ever lived, and now she's under an enchantment of the Crystal Woman's spell. Hey, Crystal Woman's spell, this is really inappropriate. I am 12. This poor child should not be... Have you seen Audition? It's relationship goals. She's like, love you forever. I'm gonna be stuck with Judith for the rest of my life. What do I do? I thought about it all the way home. Even my parents noticed. What's the problem, Sam? My mother demanded as we drove. I'm just thinking about schoolwork. Sam, can I keep you? Well, okay, so the line in Casper, it was cute. I thought so anyway. I didn't find that creepy, even when people are like, oh, that's kind of creepy. He was lonely, and he made a friend. This one, on the other hand, the rest of your life, promise? It's okay, Sam. I heard you need a heart. Well, I got one right here. Right here, Sam. You can take it, and then I'll be inside you. Just like I always wanted, Sam. Just like I always wanted. Ugh. What does it say about me if it wouldn't really bother me if someone acted like that to me? Probably something totally normal, right? I mean, it depends. If it was somebody that you really couldn't stand suddenly started acting like that to you. Your stalker impression was scarily accurate. I'm sorry, did I creep people out? I know I pulled that from not someplace personal. I know I pulled that from like a movie or a show or something. I know I got that from somewhere. That I did not pull that from nowhere. My mother stared at me curious. That's funny. I don't remember oh. Nothing. We've got home. There were 4 phone messages on the answer machine, all from Judith, all increasingly angry. That's funny. I don't remember you being friends with her before. Yeah, she's in my class. I don't want to explain. I couldn't explain. No, not creeped out, just impressed. Okay, good. I hurried up to my room. I was totally exhausted from all the worrying, I guess. I got changed into a nightshirt, clicked off the light, and climbed into bed. For a while, I laid staring at the ceiling, watching shadows of the tree outside my window weave back and forth. I tried to clear my mind, tried to picture fluffy white sheep lifting over the white clouds, but all the sheep all their heads turned into Judith's heads, asking me weird questions. All the messages were 10 seconds apart from each other. Oh, thank you, Tails. Sam, you can't run from me. Look, I know you said that you were at your aunt's house, but That was several hours ago, and I feel like you should have called me. I know cell phones aren't a thing anymore, but I will invent them for you, just so we can text back and forth. FaceTime, I know it's not a thing yet, but I will invent it for you, just so we can see each other all the time. We should get those expensive cell phones. We can carry them around all the time, and we'll be on phone all the time. I will get a job at 12 years old. I will do anything for you. I will do anything for you, Sam. Oh, no! Sorry, I accidentally read ahead. For a while, I hurried up to my room. I was totally exhausted. I got changed into a nightshirt, clicked off the light, and climbed into bed. For a while, I just laid there, staring at the ceiling, tried to picture fluffy white sheep lipping over. Oh, I already read this part. I was just drifting off to sleep when I heard floorboards creak. Opening up my eyes wide, I saw a black shadow move against the darkness of my closet. I realized someone was in my room. Oh, Sam. I heard Judith whisper. Time to be the little spoon. Oh my god, I was joking! Chapter 25! I tried to scream, but a hand slid up over my mouth. Shh, don't scream, my attacker whispered. The light clicked on. The hand left my mouth. Judith! I rasped, my voice catching in my throat. She smiled at me, her eyes flashing with excitement, raising a finger to her lips. Shh, don't scream, don't be scared. Oh, you should never be scared of me, Sam. I'm your best friend, remember? Your best friend. What are you doing here? I managed to cry. How did you get in? Oh, your back door was unlocked. I kind of considered it an invitation that you wanted me to sneak in while your parents were away. I mean, that's what you wanted, right? I mean, you wouldn't leave your door unlocked on accident. It definitely would be on purpose, right? Sam? I hid in the closet to wait for you. I guess I fell asleep after a little while, you know. It's just so nice in your room. I wanted to sleep on your bed, but I felt more comfortable waiting until you got home, so I just cuddled with your clothes, your dirty clothes in the laundry in your closet until you got back. Don't scream, it excites me. Thinking about changing my name to Sam. But there's only one Sam. There's only you, Sam. Why? What do you want? You said we could study together, remember? So I waited for you. I broke into your house, hid in your closet to wait for you so we could study. That's it, get out, I cried. I wanted to say more, but a knock on my door startled me. Sam, are you okay? My dad called in. You're interrupting my suicide. Why are you wearing my underwear? Are you talking to someone? No, I'm fine, Dad. What's it like to have friends, Sam? Dad, go away! Go finish your car thing in the garage. You're not on the phone. Dad, go away! You're not supposed to call people this late. Your mother will get mad. Get out! Judith, you have to go home, I whispered, as soon as the coast was clear. Dad, all right, I'll go back to my noose, I guess. He's just sitting at the kitchen table like the Russian roulette. But why? She demanded her. You said we would study algebra. It's like 11 o'clock at night. I did not. Anyway, it's too late. You have to go home. Your parents must be worried nuts about you, Judith. She shook her head. I snuck out. They think I'm asleep in my bed, so it's fine. But it's so great of you to worry about my parents, Sam. You really are the most considerate girl I have ever known. Her stupid compliment made me even angrier. I was so furious I wanted to tear her apart with my bare hand. Jesus. Funny. I jumped the gun a little bit. I love your room, Sam, especially with all the dirty laundry all over the floor. And, is that the... Wait, 90s. 90s? Oh, Backstreet Boys. Oh my god, I love Backstreet Boys too. I mean, I used to like NSYNC, and I used to really hate the Backstreet Boys, but now that I know that you like them, I love them too. What's your favorite movie? Sam, I'll tell you mine once you tell me yours. You go first. No, you go first. I'm not gonna tell you my stuff first. Come on. Do they know how to tie Dad, please take me with you. Don't worry. My parents will never get in our way again. And after tonight, neither will yours. Or your brothers. Nobody will ever get in the way of us. In fact, I've thought about maybe sewing us together, like at the hip, like the conjoined twins. Wouldn't that be fun? We get to go everywhere together. We get to go everywhere together. We get to go to like vacation, to school. We can shower together. Sam. I'm sorry, I'm getting too deep into this creepy character. Ugh. Did you pick out all these posters yourself? Oh my god. I sighed in total exasperation. Judith, I just want you to go home. One word, slowly, one word at a time. Well, so she would get the emphasis. Well, can we study together tomorrow? I really need your help, Sam. Sam, that dollar store mace isn't going to stop me. You're so silly. You should know that. If you want Mace to stop me, we should shop together for the maze. Together. We go to the mall and get a Orange Julius, maybe a hot dog on a stick, and go to Hot Topic. Wait, Hot Topic? Yeah, Hot Topic was the thing in the 90s. Hot Topic. Maybe some Spencer's gifts. I heard they got these glowing red balls in recently. They're like all the rage now. I think it would look really cool in your room, Sam. I've got to... What can I do? I really need your help. Maybe, I replied, but you can't sneak into my house anymore. Oh, you're so smart. Judith gushed. Where did you get that nightshirt? Those stripes are terrific. I wish I had one just like it. Motioning her for her to be silent, I crept out in the hall. All the lights had been turned off and my parents had gone to bed. Oh, Judith, I wish my dad was suicidal like your dad, but unfortunately my dad has a family that he loves and is happy, and it's just not fair. We should have the same type of father, the same type of mother. I think I have a brother. I can't remember if the story I had a brother or not. Tugging Judith by the hand, I led her downstairs, tiptoeing silently. Then I practically shoved her out the front door, swung it close, just smashed it in her face. Sam, you forgot to say goodnight, Sam. You forgot to say goodnight, Sam. I love you, Sam. We're best friends, right? We're best friends. Biblically accurate, Judith. This really might be one of your best reads ever. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about being this particularly good at being an unhinged lunatic. It's like we're attached to the hip, Sam. Hey! You don't have to tell me. I checked on you while you were sleeping. Remember when you woke up in the bathtub of ice? Well, I traded kidneys with you, and now we're closer than ever, Sam. Sam. It's even matching scars, just like on opposite sides, because, twinsies. Just a little kiss, Sam. A little top of the head. I love this new Judith the Stalker character. I'm going to bring this character and I'm going to carry over Judith the Stalker. Wait, what were we calling her? Slender Sam? What was... Judith. Yeah, I like the Judith character. Just acting, right, Jen? Look, it's fun. Somehow this toppled the gay puppet orgy. I didn't think anything was going to topple the gay puppet orgy from the previous one. I stood at the dark entryway, panting hard, my mind racing, listening to Judith requesting me to say goodnight to her. Good night, Sam. I'm still here, Sam. All through I will watch. Nobody will get to you, Sam, I promise. Oh, by the way, you forgot. She just pops up. You forgot to lock the back door again, silly. You're so funny. If you want me to stay the night, why don't you just say so? You don't have to play these little tricks. What can I do? It took me hours to get to sleep, and when I finally drifted off, I dreamt about Judith. Oh, you had a dream about me? Oh, you are just so sweet. You think about me all the time. You look tired, dear, my mom said at breakfast. Yeah, I didn't sleep well. I was nearly murdered last night and had my skin stolen. When I headed out the front door to school, Judith was waiting for me in the driveway. I don't think she left, Sam. I think she did not go home. She was wearing the same thing she was wearing last night, oddly enough. Look, Sam, I made a puppet of you and I'm practicing my impressions. She smiled at me and waved cheerily. I thought we could walk to school this morning, but if you want to ride your bike, I'll be happy to run alongside. No, please, no. God, this is worse than when you would just pants me at work or at school. I couldn't stand anymore. I dropped my backpack and started to run. I didn't know where and I didn't care. I just had to run away. Sam, wait up. God, you're so fast. You are the fastest girl in school. That's why I like you so much, Sam. Sam, why are you serpentine? You can't do that. See, I'm not shooting anything at you, silly. I can still keep up with you. You locked through the windows and doors, so I clawed through the basement. I never thought anything would beat Plant Daddy from Stay Out of the Plant Daddy was a good one, too. You filled it with your hair. I turned to see her chasing me. Go away! But I could see her pick up speed, her sneakers thudding against the sidewalk trying to catch up. Okay, so I don't remember this. I feel like this would have been seared into my brain if I had watched the show or the show version of this. Sam, I'm in your walls. I saved up enough money to buy a motorbike with a sidecar so we should go everywhere together. Sam, I have these handcuffs, and I think it's that way we won't get lost. You know, there's big crowds in this tiny town. We might get lost in, like, the Strawberry Festival or something. I turned into someone's yard and ran up behind a hedge trying to lose her. I didn't really know what I was doing. I had no plan or destination. I just had to run. I was running through backyards, driveways, behind garages, and Judith followed at full speed, her short ponytail bobbing. Sam, wait, Sam, she called breathlessly. Suddenly I was running through the woods, a thick tangle of trees and tall weeds. I weaved through them first this way, then that, and plunging through thick piles of dead leaves. I've got to lose her. I've got to get away. But then I stumbled at an upraised tree root and fell, sprawling face down in the carpet of dead leaves. Typical klutz move. A second later, Judith was standing behind me. Oh my God, Sam, you broke your ankle. Oh my God, I will break my ankle too, so we'll be twinsies. Hold on just a second. A bloody hand just burst from the ground. Serve! Stalker Judith didn't make it in the episode. Really? They didn't put this? This is hysterical. How could they not put this in? Ugh. Sam, if you keep running, you might run into bear traps. Sam! I mean, the scar would look so cute on your leg, honestly, but you should probably not do that. This is when she murders Judith out of Jeffers Wood. That means Clarissa's magic means that Judith never oh my God! See, that is a phenomenal twist. The rest of the book's a pile of shit. This one, she's being chased by this girl, kills her because she's freaked out, and then she comes back to life and she just has this zombie girl, 12-year-old, like following her around. I don't know what would be more devastating, a zombie version of her, or she's just being like a It's Follows thing where she's always behind her talking, but only Sam can see Judith. then it cuts to her in the insane asylum with her head shaved, and in one of those, she's like, yes, I see you shaved your head too. Yes, they're gonna get a lobotomy. They're giving me a lobotomy tomorrow. Yes, you can get one too. What? No, I don't. I was thinking about jamming it into my throat, but I can't right now. The Pet Sematary song, Love Never Dies. They just made Judith wish to be famous. So, Clarissa turned her into a statue? I mean, I'm thinking of, like, there's, like, the Rocky statue. I can only think of fictional characters right now. Because I was like, there's the Little Mermaid statue. Chapter 26. I glanced up from the ground and saw to my shock that it wasn't Judith. It was Clarissa hovering over me, her black eyes staring intently. "Oh my God, what the hell have you done, lady?" "You are unhappy?" she said, frowning. "Your wishes have ruined my life," I cried. "My wishes? They're your wishes." "I don't want you to be unhappy," she replied. "I was trying to repay your kindness." "I wish I never met you," I cried angrily. "Very well." She raised the round... Wait, this is the fourth one. She raised her ball. "I will cancel your third wish. Make one final wish. Since you are unhappy, I shall grant you one more." "I wish I never met you." I could hear the crunching of leaves close behind me. Judith was catching up like she's one of them. She's Jason chasing after her. "I wish Oh, okay, so this is... All right. I wish Judith had met you instead of me." I don't think she... Why didn't you just stop at, "I wish I never met you"? The crystal glowed brighter until the red light surrounded me in its glare. When it faded, I was standing at the edge of the woods. Phew, what a break. I'm so lucky. I could see Judith and Clarissa standing in the shade of a wide tree. They were huddled together, talking intently. Perfect revenge, I told myself. Now Judith will make a wish, and her life will totally be ruined. Chuckling to myself, I strained to hear what they were saying, and I was dying to know what Judith would wish for. I'm pretty sure I heard Judith say, "Bird, why don't you fly away?" Uh-oh. But that didn't make sense. I was happy. So deliriously happy. I was free. Suddenly I felt so different. Lighter. Happier. Let Judith have her wishes, I thought gleefully. Let her see what it's like. Tilting my head, I saw a juicy brown earthworm poking its head out from the ground, and all of a sudden, I was feeling pretty hungry. I jabbed my head forward and caught the end of the worm, then ate it. It was very tasty. I fluttered my wings, wings testing the wind. When I took off flying over the woods, a cool breeze felt so refreshing against my feathers. As I fluttered my wings harder, swooping higher in the sky, I glanced down and saw Judith. She was standing beside Clarissa. She was staring up at me from the ground, and I guess she got her final wish because she had the biggest smile on her face. I'm sorry, is this supposed to be a sad ending? You get to fly. You get to fly. This is not... I wish I had a chicken sandwich. It's too spicy. Sam, why am I wearing your underwear? Yeah, give the mean girl wishes. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like, why would you... I think maybe in her stupid kid brain, she's like, well, I was an idiot and I made the worst wishes possible, so obviously everybody's gonna make one, including the mean girl. Sam, I can hear you. Where are you hiding? Shave head just saying, last straw, last straw, last straw. Be careful what you wish for. Joke's on you. I'm into this shit. Oh, hello, Sean. Thank you. I'm sorry. I was busy playing a psychopath Judith. Crazy Judith. That was not... No, I think who was the one who said that she stays alive after she's dead? Yeah, Tails had the best ending, I think. Where she freaks out because she will not leave her alone, and she ends up killing Judith. But Judith either becomes like a zombie and follows her around, which I don't think would work as well as she would die, but she would still be zomborific and following her around, but Sam's the only one who could see her. If I only knew Judith was into bird hunting. I knew she was a monster. I mean, they were correct in the assumption, or the title definitely wasn't, I mean, she didn't like being tall. She seemed to hate her family and hate her life. I kind of feel like her becoming a bird, depending on, I guess it depends on, I was trying to think. I was like, oh wait, was she a stork? That would be kind of funny. They didn't even say, they didn't specify, oh shit, they didn't specify what type of bird it was. Because I just assumed it would be like a sparrow or something. That's, so I'm sure we can all agree that in normal Goosebumps fashion, are the other kids still bad at basketball? I don't know. I'm sorry. The monkey paw wishes pissed me off because they don't even, you can't even really twist it in any way to make it even remotely like, oh, because I didn't specify blah blah. When she said they wanted Judith to disappear, but instead everybody disappeared, I was like, what a fucking cop out. Oh, well, magic's unpredictable, but apparently not unpredictable when all the other last stuff were. I don't know. It's she became Tippy. Oh, well, that explains a lot. I was gonna say, well, no, Tippy. I think Tippy would not. She would not deal with this girl's shit. She's like, I don't know what this is, but you're not. Oh, speaking of which, it is kind of warm in here, so I'm gonna open up the door. Since I'm done reading anyway. Woo. Oh God. My dress is all stuck to me. All right, you little brat, you can come in if you want and say goodbye. Oi, Tippy! I know she recognizes. Oh, I just heard her. I know she recognizes her name. Hold on, I'm gonna turn on the. I was about to say, I know she recognizes her name. I know she does. She's like, yeah, is it finally my turn? The real star of the show. Come here, baby girl. Come here. Come here. I hear her. I can hear Hildy. She's repeating what I'm saying, but she's not coming in. It might be too dark. She's too scared to fly through the dark. Not this one. Not this one. And this one scared the hell out of me the other day. Because I got up. She will not sleep in a cage. She will not. She will sit there and scream her head off and until she passes out, because she does not like being in a cage at all. You're like, oh, it's okay, Donnie. I'm sorry I'm sorry you missed it, but at least you can kind of watch it, or at least you can watch it in the archives. But so she will sleep she has her own spot above one of the doors, and sometimes she will come into my room and sleep above the bathroom door. But I walked out, did not realize she walked in, and I'm looking at my phone, and I go to crawl into bed, and like something stops me. I just get this feeling, and I click on the light, and I was like, I pull up my sheets, and she's under them. She's just crawling through them. You missed Psycho Jenny. Which you're freaking lucky. You're lucky I had Tippy sense that I was like, no, something's off. Realistically, I think I probably subconsciously heard her moving around in the bed, but it kind of spooked me because I was just gonna crawl into bed. What if I sat on you? You'd be pancake. You'd be pancake Tippy. She's like, I don't care. You can't kill me. I'm an elder god. So yeah, that was fun. I hope you guys enjoyed my impression of psychos, I guess. You say goodbye, Tippies. We're gonna be heading out. Well, not heading out, like literally, just She's like, how dare you go through near the entire stream without me here? Stream Master Tippy's here to make sure everything's running smoothly. She's like, oh, I'm in so much trouble. I'm surprised she's not yelling at me. Like, she's doing her normal, you have your own little, I sure do. She's my magnet bird, I think. Mwah. Love you. Sounds worth it. Oh, hey, where's my, there we go. So, whew. Oh god, I didn't realize it was getting so warm in this room until I ended the, I was getting too into it. I was getting way too into it. They're not even twisted, they're completely different. Being a penguin with, I mean, penguins are adorable though. Well, they're adorable to look at. Some of the stuff that they do is not, I just kind of feel like they try to hide like the way penguins kind of are. Kind of like when they tried to hide the dolphin. Oh, dolphins are so cute. Oh, yeah, dolphins also like to assault everything. They are horny little beasts. Now I want to make my book unreasonably bloody and violent. Alright, Tips. It's hot in here. We went through this entire book. I cannot believe it took me long. Well, I can, because I kind of got into how goofy it was. But, alright, now you guys have something to watch back into the archives. Hello, person who didn't get to see it live. I hope you enjoyed it. And say goodbye, Tippy. Say goodbye. You were so loud. You were running your mouth, running your beak earlier. Some birds are fucked up. Yeah, which sucks because I love ducks. But ducks, I would have to. No, I gotta keep those suckers away from me. Nice try, ducks. Alright. I never know how to end these things, so I will say thank you for stopping in. Thank you for sitting through everything. Even when it started off kind of rough because I was medicated on bullshit. And then I will... Next week? Yeah, I should be able to do next week. Not sure, again, if it's going to be Friday or Saturday. Until the end of August, it's going to be when I can do it. And unfortunately, it might be short notice. Unfortunately, it's just the nature of the beast I'm at right now. But until then, hopefully say goodbye, Tips. Say goodbye. Steam Manager Tipper says goodnight, and I also say goodnight. Everybody.